as we begin our Solo Thief Challenge. In 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, now jumping right into the game, you do have, once you go into the town of Canary, a little cutscene where you get to see the crystals. I'm going to do my shopping before that happens. So we will need 1 rapier for Dan. I'm going to get some staffs for the rest of the team to use, that way they can pass their turns. They're not going to equip them, they're just going to use them in battle. And one of the really big annoyances, by the way, for the PlayStation version, you have to hold a button down to dash. They did fix that in the GBA version, which made it so much nicer for travel. I think Dan might want some healing potions here as well. RuneSeeker22, thank you very much for that contribution to the Melmond Relief Fund. Because let me tell you, Melmond, it needs lots and lots of relief. We'll do you. Etherfang, thank you very much. Coming back for 28 months. Very glad you enjoyed Season 14. Hope you enjoy our season intermission here, starting with the Solo Thief Challenge. We'll be doing some Extreme Edition randomizer once this is complete, and we might also do some PSP speedruns. Still undecided, depends on how much time we have when the intermission is over. Hey MTI, welcome in. And Silver, hope you're having a good day there. And Bubba Rubby, thank you for your contribution to the Melmond Relief Fund. And hell, would I recommend getting into speedrun? Just give it a try. Like, don't worry about times or anything like that. Just play through a game a bunch of times, see if you enjoy it, and keep at it until you feel like you're doing speedrunning. Actually, I should probably update things like the text speed. Put it on memory cursor to speed things up. Anything else that we should change? Probably no vibration. I don't even remember where vibration is. Like, there's maybe one time where you are seeing the vibration feature, like maybe like the airship coming out of the desert or something like that. Alright, here we go. Getting ambushed right off the bat, that's actually good for us. It means that the imps will be pounding our thieves here a little bit, and we are not going to be allowed to do any attacks until the other 3 thieves are dead. So Dan needs to hold out long enough for Neapolitan Afterglow, Dino Wars, and most niftiest to go down, of course, the imps. Targeting Dan here, because why wouldn't they? And as far as graphics go, this is actually a pretty nice version. It looks a little bit better, in my opinion, than the GBA version. Sounds a lot better. And it wasn't until the PSP that really anything beating this was available for the game. Can't target yourself? Nope. This isn't like the later games in the series where there was a legitimate reason for your characters to attack themselves to break things like Chime or stuff like that. The original Final Fantasy was all about the 4 Light Warriors versus the Forces of Chaos. Hey lackeys, welcome in. Hope you're having a great day here. And yeah, this version's definitely the closest to the NES version. It's not really the same because you don't have all the bugs the NES version has. And a lot of the game balance was based on those bugs. So once you start fixing things like making the Power Glove and Temper and all the things that are broken actually function, it does make the game a little bit easier. And the few bugs that are against you, in this case, are going to be the things that actually were broken in the opposite direction. So running was too easy in the NES version, and for the Thief playthrough, that actually isn't really that much of a difference. You're going to have a pretty good time running regardless. Critical hits were too easy, but again, that was one thing that was supposed to be the Thief's main strong suit. And so there really isn't much that I think is going to be a downside for Solo Thief, at least compared to a lot of the other playstyles. Halcyon Kiwi, thank you very much coming back for 18 months. Hope you're having a great day here and enjoy your shiny new orb. I think thieves are one of the bugs that was just never fixed in this game. High potions and ethers, nope, there is no changes to the items of this version. But I'm thinking that it's probably not going to be that bad for Temple of Fiends potions because you can just save scum around all the encounters. So rather than having to have like a million healing, what you can do instead is just reload if you get any fights. And that way you're not dealing with all of the problems of Temple of Fiends normally. Alright, it is time for Dan to get to work. The Dan stands alone and is ready to take on the world. Okay, maybe not quite ready, but he's gonna give it a go. Our first 18 experience, it's just so wonderful. Alright. Now because we don't know where the encounters are gonna be, actually it's very important that we take a bunch of safeties when we're traveling around. You could have encounters like on back-to-back steps, so you definitely don't want to mess around with any bad fights there. And don't slip, thank you very much. Coming back for 21 months. What could possibly go wrong with Solo Dan? That's what I want to know. What could possibly go wrong? I'm pretty sure that doesn't actually revive the characters. I'll be really miffed if it does. Good. And why is Dan going solo? Because he can. And he has Solo Thief time way too many hours. I think this is going to be considerably faster because of the things like the Power Glove and maybe not needing to do as much grinding overall. Or at least not as much very detailed level tweaking. Is this normal difficulty? Yes, this is the normal mode. Which means that we are getting the full Final Fantasy experience here. Let's see, 4 more experience for level up. I'm going to take the memo save. We'll see what the level up looks like. For the first level up, you should be guaranteed a strong HP gain, which will be a large amount of HP. This is our 3rd ambush in a row. It is clearly a sign that Dan is doing something right here. Well, I hope he makes it through this fight. Uh-oh, Dan, you've got some problems. Oh, he's also got a potion. Potions are going to be one thing that is going to be a little bit less friendly. In the original version of the game, you always got 30 HP when using a potion outside of battle. Now it works the same as the potion inside of battle, which is 16 to 32 for the range. So on average, a little bit less. Alright, let's see what our level up looks like for Dan. 27 HP, that's really good. We do get a strength up, agility, and luck. So no vitality gain. And I don't know how important this is going to be, so let's try just seeing a couple of these level ups to kind of estimate what it's going to be like for manipulating level ups later on. Just reload our memo save there. Is super convenient. Memo saves do go away if you power off the console, so this is something that you eventually will need to take the real saves to make sure that you save your progress. Either that or you finish the games in one sitting. And so the first time we did a level up, it was 27 Sal. We're gonna see what we get here. Hey, Kenny Star, welcome in. So this one is 26 SA. That's a V. Let's all admit, you spell endurance, Vendurance. And so that would be Savile. This would be perfectly fine, even though you're losing 1 hit point. That's your best stat gain that you're expected to get for those. And I will take the save. Another nice thing is because you can save on multiple slots, is if we want to gamble on, is this really the good level up? Then we could actually go back and reload a past one. Is intelligence still useless in this game? Yes, intelligence was not used until the GBA version. That was the first time intelligence became a real thing. Not just because the thief is not very good, but also because it does absolutely nothing. Alright, 24 XP there. Let's go ahead and see how much we're looking at. So 106, we got a ways to go. That is going to be 18 imps to get level 3 picked up. I'll probably do going about level 5 or so. It's tough on this one to kind of figure out where to do some of the bosses because, at least for like Garland and the Pirates, I imagine it's not going to be too much time savings to do the memo saves. You're basically having about the same investment as the NES version had for each try. Where's the Power Glove? Power Glove's in the Sea Shrine. And practically that means we're going to beat Lich, we're going to go to the Ice Cave, and then as soon as we have the airship, we can get the Power Glove, we can get the Mage Staff, the Thor Hammer. Good ordeals, you can get the Zeus Gun a little bit early, and that's probably a good idea for making the Ice Cave a little bit more tolerable. Am I excited about Pixel remakes? No, I am not. Can we get a katana? Well, you can pick a katana up, but since the thief can't use anything stronger than a coral sword, it is not going to help you much. There were some sad times when the thief was being designed. Basically, you have up to the Scimitar and Saber, pre-Astos. Beating Astos gets you the Coral Sword or the Dragon Sword or the Rune Sword. They're all fairly close in terms of damage output. And then it's the Masby. Like, there is nothing in between those. And I'm staying down here because I don't want to fight the mad ponies and other monsters up north on the NES version where we can actually predict what the encounters are going to be. Then I can go and take, Grimps and Wolves and slightly stronger foes, which is not going to be an option here. On the flip side is you do get a lot of money for the 15 puzzle, and so I'll be able to do all of my shopping right away. I won't have to do the Kaizakus for a little while or anything like that. Hey, Shay Wolf, welcome in. Hope you're having a great day here. Challenges will be back for Season 15. All your challenge progress is going to be permanent. It carries over between seasons, but you can only earn challenges on nights when we're actually doing season games. So for the season and mission, whether we are doing stuff like this Solo Thief Challenge, or if we are doing the testing for Final Fantasy, all the Kraken challenges will be back once Season 15 officially starts. Damn, can you just hit this imp? It shouldn't be this hard. And yet it is. Most desirable sword for Coral Dragon. Giant you can't use. It's Coral Dragon and Rune. On the NES version, you want to use the Rune sword because it's got a slightly better critical hit rate, but I think the Coral and Dragon swords are better on these remake versions. Alright, Dan needs 22 experience. We can get that in one battle. So we do want to make sure that we take a save here, and then we can start rolling level ups. I want to say, and this is the reason why I think Vitality might not be all that important, is because you've got the new level up system in the remakes, where strong level ups can happen even when they're not scheduled. You've got a smaller number of levels where you're guaranteed strong level ups and a small chance of a strong level up at every level up. That rather than getting Vitality points, we just want to get a bunch of strong level ups early, and we should be able to max out the Thief's HP at 999. NES, you're really lucky to get into like the 700s as a Thief. Hey, Lasaka, welcome in. Will there be some extremely randomizer? Yes, we will be doing Final Fantasy Randomizer Extreme Edition. There'll be at least a couple nights of that, and a couple nights of testing Season 15 as well. I am planning for Season 15 to do Shard Hunt, and what I don't know is what our Temple of Fiends type is going to be. We might do long Temple of Fiends, or we might be creating medium Temple of Fiends this time around. Alright, Dan's got level 3, 25 HP, that's great. Strength, yep. Intelligence, not so handy, and Vitality and Luck. How do I feel about losing the Agility point? I feel like we're going to try to get the Agility point, at least at the start here. I think the Pixel remakes actually look worse than the original version. Like, I think the Pixel remake is worse than this version, and definitely worse than the PSP version for how it appears. I'm not sure how they managed to do that. And what is the time estimate on this version? I don't know, Humpy McSaddles, but I am gonna guess it is not gonna be as long as the NES Solo Thief Challenge. But definitely not something we can do in one night. So I think we'll be doing good if we are done within 24 hours. And one of the big determining factors is going to be how hard are these level ups. That is what took up a lot of time on the NES Solo Thief, is just kind of grinding out the really, really good level ups. And if that gets easier, where we can just go into Gurga Volcano and pound Agamas for a couple hours, then it might be a different story. Alright, Dan's got a level 23 HP, Strength, didn't get the Agility point, but we got the Civil, so SIVL might be guaranteed here. Actually, what might take the longest for this is going to be Warmech. If we can't manipulate the encounters, and Warmech's now a 1 in 64 fight, it's gonna be a really long time to get that kill. Like on the NES version, we were getting probably like 10 tries at the Bane Sword on our best case scenario. And that's enough time that if we last that long, that we can get power gloved up and probably do enough damage. So I don't think it's going to be impossible to kill Wormek, but it is going to be really tough to find him. Hey, Writhing Virtue, welcome back for 6 months and I hope you're having a wonderful weekend and a great time with your shiny new orb. Do we need Wormek? We want Wormek. We did kill Wormek with Solo Thief. That was certainly an adventure on the NES version. We had to Bane sword him, getting the 3 and 256 attempt to proc. On this version, I think we can power glove him, and that does make it a more straightforward fight, even though it's going to require that we get a lucky first couple of rounds to get set up. Alright, 23 HP again, strength, intelligence, vitality, and luck, so another 23 civil. That's the second time we've seen that particular combination. Yeah, we do want to make sure that we're doing the memo file now that we got that last imp fight. Do all the stats work? Intelligence doesn't work in this version. GBA was the first one where intelligence did anything. So we don't care about that stat. And I might not need to care about vitality if we can manipulate strong level ups. I want to say it's a pretty small chance of getting a strong level up when they're not scheduled. But I'm pretty sure, at least in the GBA version, I know you definitely can. I think PS1 has this feature as well. 27 SIVL. Better for HP, but we'll try to get that A. It was really nice having a lot of agility on the NES playthrough because of how big of a difference that makes on the encounters. Just getting extra dodges and not needing to triple defense sword at the end of the game for boss fights. Yeah, Wormek's 1 in 64. The original Famicom version was 1 in 64. They changed that to 3 in 64 for the NES version. Another civil there. But that was, I believe, because they were trying to get Wormek to be more frequent for the Take a Picture with Wormek contest. And then all the remakes, they went back to 1 in 64. So the NES version is the only version that has the increased chance of fighting Wormek. And that has caused so many problems for speedruns over the years. Koopas4, thank you very much, coming back for 22 months. Hope you're having a great day here, and welcome back. And Uno Squid, thank you as well, come back for 35 months. Great to have you here, and hope your weekend is going well. 22, strength, and we didn't get the agility point. Level 99 is not this version of the game. That was the GBA version for the default going up to 99. This one is only going up to 50. So just like NES Final Fantasy, we have a limited amount of time basically to get our stat gains. Hey there, Greedly the Squirrel, and happy lurking to you, Coach Day. Give this agility point a couple more tries. On the NES version, it'd be a 1 in 4 chance of the missing stats going up. We'll get a sense of what it's like on the PlayStation version. My feeling is it's going to be harder than the NES one to get the stat gains. 25 SIVL again. Let's do it 3 more times, and then we'll take a civil. I think the one that's going to be really critical to get all the points on is strength. And that we'll be able to negotiate a little bit with agility, vitality, and luck. Hey, Kenny Star, this is the PlayStation 1 version of the game. Alright, 22. So that's the lowest one. It seems like 22 to 27 is the range, which means that it's similar to what the strong level up looks like on the NES version. It's about a 5 HP range for it, but I want to say that... Well, is 22 the right amount for a thief? Do they have... I don't think they've got that much vitality at the start, but maybe they do. Luck affects your chances of getting a first strike, Dr. Amamine. And for the bosses, that won't make a difference because all the bosses are unrunnable. But for random encounters, it means fewer times that you're going to have to reset while running through dungeons. Alright, 26, no agility point. Keep trying on that one. 2 more tries. And we know 27's as good as it's gonna get for the HP. Or at least that's what we've seen so far, and I think that makes sense, given the range. Definitely be looking forward to the days where Dan finally manages to make contact on the enemies on a regular basis. That will be a big deal. Alright, 23, no agility point, 1 more try at it. We'll do it 1 more time, and then we'll go for the HP gain. I heard a rumor, Skepticon, that it is a 10% chance instead of a 25% chance. I have no idea if this is true because the internet is known to contain lies. But 26, no agility. I'm gonna say we got a try at it. Giving up that agility point. I'm gonna keep going. Oh, the music on this version is really good. Like, the upgrade from the NES to the PlayStation on graphics and sound was very, very substantial. And it actually took a little bit of a hit for the GBA version because you're limited to what that small console can output. So you had a little bit less complex graphics. You had way less robustness to the sound. And they kind of tuned it to try and pump the bass up a little bit, but it means that it's really muddy when you're actually listening to it with like real headphones or speakers. And so I think this is like one of the better versions of Final Fantasy presentation-wise. Biggest things that I complain about this one is more the controls than anything else. Like, it'd be nice to have like auto repeat when you're holding down buttons, to have, you know, auto dash instead of having to hold down a button. Like, these are things where it might not be as noticeable as the buy 99 and how much of a difference that makes for convenience, but you still notice it. Alright, I'm gonna be daring and go and see if I can grab the armor piece out of Temple of Fiends. One less point of damage from the imps should mean that we have a little bit less to worry about when we are doing these fights. And I can still grab a couple battles along the way. Yeah, the PSP version definitely looks really good. And other than the very, very large bug that you're probably not going to do unless you're trying to intentionally trigger it, there's not many downsides to the PSP version. Plenty of XP to go. When I think about the Final Fantasy 1, I wouldn't say it's a remake. It's a very different game than Final Fantasy, and from what I've seen, it needs a lot of work. What bug does the PSP version have? Basically, you can corrupt your inventory and glitch out the items that you are carrying around. Which, if we have extra time left over during this season intermission, I might do some speedruns of the PSP version of this game. It is very, very broken. Like, the speedruns are about 80 to 90 minutes long. Higher encounter rate, yes. The encounter rate is much higher for this version of the game. Except there are some dungeons where it's lower. You'll notice that Marsh Cave has much lower encounters. The Waterfall has much lower encounters. I want to say that the Temple of Fiends didn't have the progressively increasing encounter rate. But that was like a very small difference compared to how much of a change you notice in like Marsh. Why do a solo thief? Because it is hard. The thief is by far the worst character in Final Fantasy. Like, it has really no redeeming qualities whatsoever. So doing a solo thief is basically as challenging as it gets. Which is very unlucky. The hard work being done by the Agma Research Society, which is about as fun as it gets. And thanks to all of the researchers at the Agma Research Society, and thanks to viewers like you, we have discovered this critical bit of new information about Agamas. Did you know that Agama wine is known for its coconut scent, chunky textures, and barking sounds? Well, now you do, and you'll never forget it. Try and get back to Canary and heal up. Poor thief can't even make it to Temple of Fiends. Solo black and white mage possible? Yes, we've done solo for all 6 character classes without class change. And it's really hard for some of them, but you can do all 6. Double Iron Golem fight. That would be spectacular. I don't know if we will see it, but maybe. Come on, Dan. Come on, Dan! Dan cannot do it. Dan was unable to make it. Hardest Temple of Fiends you thought was the White Mage? I thought White Mage wasn't that bad for Temple of Fiends, but the leveling was really bad for the White Mage. What made the White Mage leveling very hard is that you didn't get a lot of guaranteed stat points. Both White Mage and Black Mage suffered from a minimum of like strength and vitality, which are kind of your key stats overall. And so as a result, those two classes took a lot of effort to manipulate. Hey, Detested Hunter. Yeah, the normal mode difficulty that we're playing on is basically the same as the NES version with the bugs fixed. There's also an easy mode that greatly accelerates your leveling and makes you a lot stronger as you progress through the game. But if you're gonna play something like Solo Thief, you might as well crank the difficulties to the max. Gonna see if our thief can actually make it up the Temple of Fiends this time. I believe in you, Dan. Spoiler, I don't actually believe in Dan. He's gotta prove himself first. Do potions help? So, if you can save anywhere you want, Mooglex, then if you don't want to have encounters along a trip, you could do no encounters. It's just kind of a pain having to memo save every couple of steps like this. And you'll especially see this when we go and do the dungeon dives to really push the game as hard as possible for what level are we going to survive at getting to the bosses. Bosses are totally going to be just, can you win the fight at the end? And that'll be our gut check for, are we able to progress on in the game? Because we want to get to that Power Glove as quickly as we can. Power Glove, Gold Bracelet, Pro Ring, all the nice upgrades are going to make a huge difference for survivability. Alright, 115, so we got a little bit of XP room there to play with. Hey, Quadratini. Thanks for the good wishes there. You know, I don't think we don't do a 5-pack. Let's try and keep the damage down a little bit. So you gotta go Temple of Fiends from the bottom on this version. No side entry allowed. I'm just here to grab the items out. Hammer Jammer, thank you very much for resubscribing, back for 7 months. Hope you're having a great day here, and enjoy our Solo Thief Challenge. Alright, we got our cap. 1 point of defense. Totally optimal. Dan beat a goal? No, Dan cannot beat a goal. Dan cannot beat a goal at all. We go into Peninsula Power? No, there's no way Solo Thief can take advantage of that. That's something that the mages do get a lot of early game help with. If you've got Harm 2 or Fire 2, then Peninsula Power is a fabulous spot to get your XP at. That's a little bit better run over there. Hey, Sea Warrior X. Thanks for the good wishes there. We've got in for Astos. Well, when we did the NES one, we took ogres most of the way there, and then we abused a kind of Peninsula Power-like square near Astos' castle that got us Grogers and Hyenas which I don't know if that square is going to be on this version of the game. Unlike Peninsula Power by Provoker, which is the really famous one, there's a couple other very small spots due to the way the map works where the boundaries don't quite line up with what you'd expect. And those might have been fixed in the remakes. Is this more difficult than the randomizer? Yes. The randomizer actually makes the game very easy. And that's true almost every randomizer. Because when you shuffle things, you most likely are going to move late game things early. And the late game stuff is more powerful than the early game stuff. So kind of fundamentally a randomizer, by changing where things are, is going to make progression a lot faster. And that's even if you don't make any changes at all to like the game mechanics. Hey, Grief Mouse, welcome in. Hope your weekend's going well here. Back to some imps now that we got our extra point of defense. Even 1 point makes a big difference when you're getting hit this many times. So we're probably getting punched like 50 or 60 times on a level up. And that's like a complete refill every time we go around through these. Alright, 73 more experience to go, so that is 13 imps. Having a good time, Grief Mouse. Like the Season 14 finale was pretty good to get done. We were down to the wire Season 14, and then there was a bit of a power outage among our top teams for a while. So it's very good to get Season 14 finally wrapped up so that we can start some of these season intermission challenges and to start work on Season 15. Oh yeah, I imagine Thief's gonna take like 2 hours to beat Garland. It is a tough thing to take that guy out with one character, especially one character that's got very little defense and offense. Alright, 43 more XP to go, so we're not in danger of getting a level up in one battle. That is 8 more imps. Making things dangerous again. One day, he will not cause me this much grief. But that day is not yet here. 4 imps left. And then we'll see what our level 4 life looks like. Alright, that definitely is enough imps to do it. Can we survive the 5 imp encounter, though? Might have to drink a potion. Definitely gonna be drinking some potions. You can do it, Dan. You can do it! Potions are expensive. He's using the good stuff up. I mean, this is the point in the game where a potion costs like 10 imps worth of cash. Let's see, was it worth it? Getting a level 26 HP, strength, agility, and luck. So that was a 26 Sal. We're going to see if we can get that vitality point as well. We gave up on the agility point at level 3. We're going to go a couple rolls here at level 4 to see if it makes a difference. And getting pounded here. Might need to take a nap before too long. Alright. Still 2 imps to go. Time we get 24 HP, strength, agility, and luck. So another Sal level. Once we get a little bit of a better sense of how the level ups are going to be distributed, we might do more predictions on our level up times. Those were a lot of fun for the Solo Thief NES playthrough. Alright, Dan's gonna play dangerous here. Believe, Dan. Believe and clench. Needs more clenching. Needs a lot more clenching. Dan was not clenching. Ideal stats, I think 27 Savile would be our best case scenario. Oh, Dan got Ultra Dan there. There was no question about that one. Set us up. We'll do the in trip to get our HP refilled, and then we will give our level ups a couple more cracks at finding out what the distribution looks like. Pretty clear that it's going to be Sal guaranteed. And with 2 stats to play with, we might have a better sense of what the odds are for a non-guaranteed level up gain. Hey, Captain Vittles, welcome in. Oh, you should definitely try Final Fantasy X if you haven't, Aethelwolf. It's one of the better ones in the series, I think, for the recent Final Fantasies. Alright, Dan's got his level up 22 S-A-I-L, so 22 Sail. Intelligence is the first one we've seen that is not a guaranteed one, so you definitely can get non-guaranteed stats. Question is how often. Hey, still in the Milan, welcome in. Let me actually see if I can get the NES stat gains to see if they're going to follow similarly to the PlayStation ones. It would make sense they reused the guaranteed level ups, but I know for the red maze they didn't. Actually, I think I want to be loading the regular save rather than the memo save now. There we go. Let's try that one again. Yeah, 1 XP away. Like, I was pretty sure I just went to the end. How did Dan already lose all of his HP? Then it made sense. Alright, so looking at the stats, yes, Sal is guaranteed on the NES version for level 4. So at least up to right now, we've seen the same guaranteed stats. And 24 Sale. If anything, we want that vitality point. Just means a little bit less work for the HP manipulation later on. Every 4 points of vitality gets you an additional 1 HP for every single level after that point. Which means the early vitality points are worth a ton of HP. These first couple are getting you like 11 or 12 hit points for the single vitality point gain. Whereas later on, you can kind of give up the vitality and not really pay too much of a penalty for it. Alright, 27, that's max SAL. So we didn't get the vitality point there. We'll give it, let's give it 2 more tries. I'm definitely feeling like it's a lower percentage for these non-guaranteed stats. Hey, Rocket Student! Thank you very much for contributing to the Melmond Relief Fund. Because Melmond, it's gonna be relieved with fire and possibly also nuclear weapons. Alright, 26 SAL. Is Thief any better in this version? I guess yes. Because the bug fixes disproportionately impacted the Thief. So they may not have intentionally tried to improve the Thief, but it is slightly better. Very, very slightly better. Also, I think the Power Glove is going to make a huge difference when you have such a crummy weapon like the Coral Sword versus Warmech. Being able to buff in combat is going to be huge. Like, I think that's going to be one of the things that means that we don't have to optimize strength if we don't want to. Like, 1 Power Glove is 10 levels worth of strength gains. Is Solo Ninja harder than Solo Fighter? Way harder. Solo Ninja has to do Thief up until class change. And Solo Fighter is going to be done with the game before the Solo Thief can beat Astos. Alright, 22 and Sal there. We'll do 1 more for science, and then we're going to try and get a decent 26 or 27 roll. Ooh, if you started as a ninja. If you start as a ninja, you get fighter equipment, but worse stats. And so is the fast spell, the temper spell, going to be a difference maker? That would be really interesting. I think Solo Ninja versus Solo Fighter, when you actually start as a ninja all the way through, would at least be really close. 26 Sale. 1 more try. 1 more try at it. And it's not just the fast, but also the tempers on the ninja. Because that helps you pre-power glove. So you'll be able to temper for the wizards and for Astos and for Lich. For the zombie Ds. That could make a big difference. Fire 2 it up a little bit. You wouldn't have that many casts of it. So I don't know if you could, like, realistically do Peninsula Power things. But some of the encounters we just needed to clear a bunch of monsters out, those would go faster. Alright, 23 Sal. Alright. In the absence of our Vitality point, we're going to try and get just a good HP roll. Hopefully it won't take until level 20 for Astos, but it is a big thing getting past Astos in this game. That is most likely going to be like the single biggest time sink overall, is getting through that. Alright, 23 Sal. Let's try to get more HP than that. So far, stat gains have been the same, Plabu, but I'm pretty sure the Red Mage got nerfed. They definitely did by the GBA version. And so they had fewer strong level ups. The percentages seem different, and I am wondering whether the strong level ups can also be gotten when they're not scheduled. Because that would make a huge difference in terms of your final stats. 25 Sal, let's go higher. $24. Hey, we got the Savile. All right. We did eventually get the Savile. It can be done. Can also be done. When we just pound through some imps, go to level 5, and we'll try Garland level 5. We'll see how we do at that level. We know we're going to be doing imps for a while with the technology that we have. That is likely your best monster until you're able to realistically take on ogres, which, by the way, we cannot manipulate ogres to be more frequent. We're gonna have to deal with the very poor ogre encounter rates. So a dozen plus encounters, that was about 10. And I have good news coming up. We need both an agility and a vitality point. So it'll be extra fun. Then level 6, we're going to see if there is a way to get extra strong level ups. And as soon as we see that, if I can get strong level ups when they're not otherwise scheduled, vitality really goes down in value. At that point, we just want strength and HP. And we don't really need to worry about the other stats as much. Yeah, stat gains are always by ones. HP, if it's a strong level up, there's a 5-point randomness into it. Strong level up is 20 points of HP plus 5. Basically a 0 to 5 range, and then whatever your vitality bonus is. And on weak levels, it's just your vitality bonus that you get. Hey, Jorgy, welcome in. I hope you're having a good weekend here. Our solo thief is currently chewing through imps. We're trying to figure out how the PlayStation stat gains work. And that should give us a lot of information about the bosses. And definitely on the plus side, when we get to the late game bosses, it is going to be way easier to beat them without max stats. So, even if it turns out that it's just super hard to manipulate the stats, and that we're just going to try to do our best on the gains overall, I still think late game bosses will be much, much easier than the NES version was. Hey, Reintimate. Yeah, GBA version, you can try to optimize the stats, but you can also just go to like level 99, and anything in the base game is going to explode. Even the additional remake monsters for like Dawn of Souls and for PSP, about level 60 is like all you need to completely destroy them. How much damage does a 99 black belt do? All of it. It does all of the damage, Meppy. Yeah, it's starting to get into the positive for money. At the beginning of the game, it's actually really tough to make enough money off of the imps to do in trips. And that was one of the most challenging things about the white mage in the early game, is you struggled to be able to afford an in. Black mage actually had the same problem, amusingly. Like, even though they have those damage dealing spells, it doesn't help with the early game money situation. And so as you're like getting close to those level ups, if you had to take an extra in trip to like set up a level up, then you might not be able to afford to save afterwards. Like, it was real scary. We should actually do our prediction now that we think we know a little bit more about what build-ups are going to be like. So this level coming up, guaranteed strength, intelligence, luck. So we would like to get an agility point. We would like to get a vitality point. And my question is, will we get them both within 15 tries? Try to come up with predictions for a lot of these level ups so that you can all bet on how this is going to go down. I think it's going to be harder than the NES ones. But at least so far, it's not been impossible to get a couple extra stat points. fact that Dan can't even hit him makes me really nervous for this Garland battle. I would love to do Garland at level 5. Get that knocked out. You get a bit of an upgrade at that point. Extra point of defense. The pirates are still real scary. Intelligence is guaranteed, Hot Toddy, so it doesn't make a difference. SI and L are guaranteed. Hey, Killer Ink, welcome in. Hoping for minimum Melmont. I certainly would love that to be true. Also love for these 65 imps we need to kill to go down quickly. Intelligence changes didn't happen until the GBA version, Rian. This is the last one that works basically the same as the NES version for most things, other than the bugs not existing anymore. Like, balance-wise, the changes are that you get more money for the 15 puzzle, which is kind of a small thing. You can auto-retarget in battle, which is, again, kind of a small thing. And it's only if you go into easy mode that it notably changes for how the feel of the game is. Is the Vorpal Sword useful? Well, we'd have to class change to use the Vorpal Sword. And thankfully, we will be spared that temptation. 35 hours. I think it's going to be faster than the NES one. And it might be like about the same up to Astos, but we're going to fly through the game once we can get the airship. Post-airship, which was pretty close to the halfway mark on the NES version, I think that is going to be where we make a lot of time up. Intelligence does impact casting items on the newer versions, yes. Once you get to GBA, everything that you do with spells uses your intelligence score as a multiplier. So every 10 points of intelligence gives you a 1x multiplier increase. We're grinding right now. Level 5 is what we're working on right now, Theatris. Gonna see at level 5 if we can beat Garland then. Garland definitely gonna be tricky at that point. Like, we have not a lot of damage output, and he hits really, really hard. Killer Ink, thank you very much for gifting out a bunch of gift subs there. Hope your day's going well. I hope that everybody that gets one of those subs does appreciate the emotes, because I definitely appreciate them. Thank you again, Killer Ink. And always Athafel, like, we've got 17 hours of grinding to talk about all the mechanics. All of them. Every last one. Is there a text guide anywhere? I'm just making this up, Theatris, for the routing for Solo Thief. I had more of a plan for the NES version because that one was like very, very demanding to be able to beat the later game bosses. And I think with the PlayStation version, later game bosses being easier, we can play it more by ear on how things are looking. Greatest hero of our generation, definitely gonna be Jim. Like, Jim is the true hero of not just Fairyland, but all lands. Hey King Booty, welcome in. This time it's Solo Thief on the PlayStation version. We had a bit of a discussion about PlayStation versus GBA for this particular challenge. GBA would have been probably like 2 days to beat it. I don't think I could get it done in like 6 hours, but I definitely feel like 12 is pretty reasonable. Like GBA solo white mage, no class change was like 5 hours long. To give you a sense of how much faster that version is. $34 imps to go. Alright, we got our predictions locked in for the full Savile on level 5. 15 tries would be pretty close to the expected number on the NES version. And what I can do here is if I get one of the two stats, I can save the game. And that way it's a lot friendlier if we don't get it in 15 tries, because we'll at least have the backup for it. Are we class changing? Nope. It is Solo Thief, and we will stay that way. Solo Ninja. You're doing 95% of the hard stuff, because you've got to get through the first half of the game as a thief. And while the ninja will kind of trivialize everything after that, I don't think it is going to be nearly as big of a difference as the NES version for that part. Why are we doing this? Because we can, Bolt Fan of Huge. Because we can. I don't know if the people demand these, but there's definitely some people that deserve them. Can we save anywhere? Yes. That's one of the things that is going to really simplify the late game bosses. Like, remember getting to Chaos, and it's 45 minutes a trip on the NES version. And you better hope the Chaos fight goes well. We took like, what, 3 or 4 tries to be able to beat him, and that was pretty optimistically good. Here you can save right outside of his door. And so even if it takes you 20 tries to beat Chaos, you're going to do it way faster than the NES version could. Now there's definitely some spots where that doesn't help, like Astos is going to be still really a big gatekeeper. Astos is one of the ones that was the hardest bosses on the NES playthrough, and you were already saved outside of his door. So, no savings there. But most other bosses are going to get a lot better. Not going to have to worry about the terrible enemies in places like Ordeals. You can stroll through Temple of Fiends and not worry about the random encounters, so you don't have to worry about your potion count as much. Like if you take 800 damage on each of the 4 fiends, you can probably, well, maybe not 800 damage on all 4 of the fiends, but you take 400 damage on a Lich from a nuke, you're probably fine. This is easier than Hide Glide. It's certainly friendlier on the stomach. That is definitely for certain. Oh yeah, Ice Cave's gonna be a breeze. The Eye is not a tough fight. And in GBA and beyond, they actually reordered the Eye's moves. So it actually starts off with Lit 2 instead of XXXX. And if that's true here as well, then it's completely a free fight. We're doing an eye grind. I don't know if we would do an eye grind the first time we go through there, but that is not a bad place to grind once we get later on in the game. Like, we could actually do grinds in Gurgur Volcano and at the eye because you can memo save the level up. So rather than having to go to the overworld to save to get your stat rolls, you can stay in the dungeon and get the stats and all the gains in one place. It will dramatically speed up finding encounters. Now that said, we did find a really great setup on the Solo Thief. Turns out that Sea Shrine was wonderful for getting the experience gain. But I think this will be even better. There may be some Agama grinding, Meppy. I think the Eye might be a better choice just because the Thief is really bad at dealing damage, and since the Eye's got lower HP, that's probably the right trade-off. Just to be able to do more eyes per hour than Agamas. The downsides are going to be that you have more damage taken from the Lit 2 than from Heat. And it probably takes longer to position yourself in front of the Eye than in front of the Agama fights. That's at least my guess on it. Alright, how we doing? I think it's 4 imps left to go. Yeah. Alright, we're gonna take our save here. This gives me a baseline to work from. Optimizing stack gains. We're going to be doing a lot of optimizing, but maybe not to the same extent as NES. Strength we definitely want. HP we definitely want. If it is possible to get extra strong level ups, then we might not need to optimize vitality. We're going to find out at level 6 whether that's possible or not. I think agility and luck may not be as important because you don't have to deal with the random encounters, so the first strikes are not as big of a deal. Certainly for luck, it's less important. Agility might still be big. And by the way, here's first try, level 5, 23, SIL. So Sil's guaranteed. And we got 14 more tries at getting that Savile. Hey, Specimen. The good news is that I am a professional Solo Thief practitioner. And I feel, having done it on the NES version, that It's only going to be easier on these remakes. It will only be easier. And what I'm going to do is if I get one of the two stat points, I'm going to use the regular save to lock that in. And at the end of these 15 tries, if we don't have the full Savile, then I can reload that. Is Thief better in this version? Well, the bugs in the NES version, which are all fixed, slightly impacted the Thief a little bit more than other character classes. So in that sense, the Thief has improved. The Thief is going to have a better chance of running than other character classes will. And for at least the first half of the game, that'll be important. Alright, Dan, 27 SIL. That's 2 tries. Competent enough not to miss Simps, that's going to take a while. The Thief has really poor accuracy scores and doesn't have the fastest growth rate. So it takes a long time to get multiple attacks per round. That's the thing that makes Astos so slow. Forever to get enough attacks to get the criticals on him. Alright, 27 SIL, so that's 3 tries. We're hoping to get the full Savile. I would prefer a Civil over a Sail right now, because we don't know if the Vitality points are as important, but it's a lot easier to deal with a missing Agility point than a missing Vitality point later on. So I guess the Agility cap is not going to be as noticeable. On the NES version, you can max out your evasion rate. And so if you get enough agility points, you only need 2 defense swords to have perfect evasion. Whereas on this one, the monster accuracy is not going to be capped. So that may not be true ever. Alright, Dan, try number 4, SIL. Stats are Strength, Agility, Vitality, sometimes spelled Vendurance, and Intelligence and Luck. Strength is the one that we care about the most, because that's going to directly impact your damage for a big chunk of the game. If you get the Power Glove, it may be less important. Agility impacts your ability to dodge things. Get first strikes. Ooh, HP 28. Strength, Intelligence, Luck. Alright. Try number 5. Vitality gets you extra HP. If you can get strong level ups as a bonus, though, then you might not need it. Intelligence does absolutely nothing. And Luck, it does a little something. It will improve the rate at which you get first strikes, but it's a pretty small thing. And I think it's your agility score rather than your luck score for running in this version of the game. So, luck may be, like, very minorly used. Number 6. 28 SIL again. We're gonna micromanage every level up? It depends. And this is why we're kind of playing it by ear of how difficult is the micromanaging on this version. NES was a 25% chance of getting the stats that weren't guaranteed. I have heard claims, although they're on the internet, so they're probably not true, that it's 10% on the PlayStation version. In which case, like, that's a lot to fight with. You're talking 10%, then 1% if you need both stats. Like, not gonna bother with that level of optimization. Are you good, Dan? 27 SIL again? Certainly feels like it might be 10%. Is this normal difficulty? Yes. Normal is basically the same as the original NES for balance. It's not quite true, it's slightly easier because of the bug fixes and especially because of the memo save feature that is going to really help us out later on. And then there's also an easy mode, which basically doubles your level ups. You can get a level much faster and you can go to 99, which at that point your stats are so outrageous that you wouldn't need to optimize at all, you're just going to crush everything. Alright, Dan, 23 SIL again. Still have not seen a single agility or vitality point here. We did get a non-scheduled level up on level 4. Vitality was not guaranteed, and we eventually got it to happen, so it's not impossible. But clearly, since we are halfway through our 15 tries, it's pretty tough. Alright, some major imp pain there. And 23 SIL again. Ooh, okay. Why do you optimize rather than just crush levels? Because there's a level cap of 50 in this game. And at level 50, you're going to be nowhere close to the max stat values. So you will hit a point where you want to get more stats, but there are no more levels to get. And that's why when they increase level cap to 99 in the later versions, that dynamic totally changes. If we had twice as many stat increases, then we wouldn't need to care about the optimizing. And even at level 50, this is going to be pretty tough to do. Alright, Dan, 27 SIL. Still haven't seen a single agility or vitality point here. That is scary. The hit percent gain is 2. Alright, Dan, 26 SIL. And for those that are curious what that means, the hit percent gain basically translates into additional attacks per round. Every 32 points of accuracy, you get a bonus attack. So for a thief, it's every 16 levels that happens. And what that means for us is that level 17 will have gotten a bonus attack there. And there's really no prospect of getting another one. Ninja's no better, and we're not class changing at all. So, definitely doesn't matter. This is going to be Solo Thief with no class change allowed. Alright, here we go. 26 SAIVL. We got the Savile. We went from not seeing a single point to getting both at the same time. Savile within 15 tries. Nailed it. We nailed it. Alright, 132 health. Can I beat Garland at this level? Certainly a long way with imps to get another level up here. It's the 160 imps we'd have to kill. So I figure we should probably go for it. Saved it! Any Zelda well, if we need some thief relief, we can do Zelda, but I would like to try and get Solo Thief knocked out without taking any breaks on the side. This is going to be long enough, even if we just do Solo Thief every night. I think it's going to be 4 nights. If we really cruise through it, we might do it in 3. Let's not take any damage along the way. We'll just make things more complicated for us later. Are there any fixes for the thief? Well, they fixed the bugs, Oxnuke, which doesn't specifically target the thief, but the thief gets more benefit from bug fixes than the other classes do. So other classes are going to have a big decrease to their ability to run, and Thief will not see that. Other classes will have a big decrease to their critical hits. And I guess Thief will see... Well, actually won't see that, because the weapons that we're going to be using at the beginning here should have higher critical hit rates than in the NES version. I want to see you get either like a 5 or a 10% chance of crits. Hey, Say, welcome in. Yep, this is the Origins version, aka the PlayStation 1. Origins was the very first remake of Final Fantasy for the US, and pretty strongly based on the Wonder Swan version. Alright, Garland. Let's see how bad you are gonna be. And we'll Garland. Knock us all down! I mean, already 3 of us are down, so it's a pretty good start for him. Alright, that hurts. Really hurts! Dan is doing no damage at all. I kind of like that first round. That was a good round. No, still going down. These These misses are no fun. Dan's gonna need a big comeback here. Big comeback, Dan. Big comeback. Didn't get it. Not quite. Still, that ending was pretty promising. You will take out all of us. Every single last thief we've got. $25 damage. 34, probably he's doing a lot more. 39. Still 39. Ow! 45. 54. 65. So we can get halfway through. That's asking for a lot, though. Garland's HP is too much. So, 18. 30. 36. 39. 42. 54. 66. 70. Painful hit. All right. Dan is going to try drinking heavily. He's barely outgaining Garland on these potion uses, though. $16 should be the minimum possible potion. 32 the max. A couple of those 30s, then we're in pretty good shape. Alright. Back to the swinging. Oh, that's a good crit. And we got him. Potions, probably not even required. Dan just wanted to drink them for fun. And with that, Garland has fallen. Clunk. I don't even know why these thieves are claiming credit for rescuing this princess. Dan did it all by himself. Only Dan can rekindle the crystals. And lead the Light Warriors to victory. What's this? You want to give me a loot? I guess I'll take that. And now we will accidentally play the loot at least 100 times for the rest of the game. No lootless runs for us. Hey GD Dragon, PlayStation version is pretty different because it fixes all the bugs of the NES version. It also seems to make the stat manipulations harder. So we'll see how much of a balance difference that causes. Ah, the high quality bridge, stronger than ever before. Alright, Dan, time to take a hike. I think we'll do this faster than the NES version because the second half of it should go way, way quicker. First half, it's really going to come down to how tough Astos is. And so, Dan and the three corpses crossed over to the other side of the bridge, conveniently not pictured in this scene, and admiring the beautiful sunrise. Dan had to wonder, why is he even dragging all these dead bodies around? It was kind of strange. But he was committed to it. He was committed to it forever. I don't think they have cloaks as thieves. Pretty sure a thief is a non-cloak wearing character class. These could be just a generic picture of any light warriors. And very slightly different than the GBA one. GBA, there's a bit of an effect where it kind of transitions the sky from that purple sunrise to the blue sky for it. So they made a little bit of an improvement. But I really love that opening. Gives you a nice breather after your 98 minutes of Garland grinding. Hey Jackie B, welcome in. Hope you're doing well here. Really hope I saved after that bridge. I'm pretty sure I did. And so the beauty of save everywhere is seen. We're going to try to get to Provoca to buy the gloves next. That way we get another point of defense. And at that point, most of the imp attacks should be ones. If we want to continue grinding imps, it'll be a lot easier with that. And what is with this quantity of horses? Hey, Major Dad, welcome in. They sadly renamed far too many monsters, Meppy. These are all names from the Famicom version. There are a number of things where the NES is kind of the odd one, where things got renamed, going from Famicom to NES, and then every single remake renamed it back. The exceptions are, for some reason in this version, they kept the spell names. So you still have the weird number spells. I believe this is before they went to like the Fire and Firaga stuff. Explos. I'm actually playing on my PS2 right now. The big trick is doing the soft resets. The classic select start L1, R1, L2, R2 on the PlayStation games. Come on, Dan, escape the lizard! There you go. No iguanas for us today. We make it to the town of Provoca, where there are some dangerous pirates waiting there. And our lovely, lovely gloves. Check. Unfortunately, there's nothing else the thief can use for a long time for defense. You'll not get your silver bracelet until you can beat Astos. So there's a big chunk of your armor waiting for that. But we can get something else over here. And that should be the scimitar. And compared to our rapier, 1 extra attack. The big thing is actually the 5 more accuracy. We'll miss things way less often. That does make a big difference for survival when you're doing the grinds. And I'll give the pirates a go, but I'm going to imagine this is going to go quite badly for trying to beat them at this level. I'm thinking that we did 2 or 3 level ups. Probably 3 for the NES Solo Thief Challenge. Take our memory saves here for a couple tries at it. Let's see how we do. It's gonna be easy to kill the pirates, but surviving their hits is what really goes badly. So we need lots of misses. And we need some early hits on our side. That's actually a really good first round, other than Dan going last. You get 1 memo save, and then you can save lots and lots of times on memory cards, so your regular saves are not overly constrained. Actually, not a bad first 2 rounds. This one might not be as outlandish as I thought it would be at level 5. Alright, this is more what I expected. Dan getting pounded here. We can get that 4th pirate down. We might be able to out-heal them for a little bit. Four in Chrono Trigger? I think that's right. There's 1 and 2, I believe 5 and 6, and then 4 in Chrono Trigger. What's this? Is Dan actually gonna beat the pirates? Taste some safety drinks. Minimum of 16 healing, so we should come out at least breaking even, if not ahead. Alright, Dan pretty much close to the minimum there. Let's drink another one. 20, so that's a little bit better. Now we should be in pretty good shape. I think we're gonna do it. We're gonna get the fast pirates. 2 left. Yeah, I feel like they're missing more often than the NES version. And that really helped out a lot. There you go. Pirates are down! And the boat has been acquired. You know, because I just got a little right before doing the Garland fight, so we should be getting close to 6. Yeah, 438 left. Never thought of the pirates being hard. Well, it turns out they're much harder than you would think with Solo Thief. Also turns out that we should have... some good money in the 15 puzzle. Let's try the other way. Should be able to hold one of the buttons down when mashing the other one. 55 times in the NES version. There we go. They changed it to 23 on the GBA version. A lot easier to get into. And I might be a little bit rusty at my 15 puzzles, but I bet we can get a victory here. Alright, 36 seconds. So that would be our first place time to set. I don't know how many of these I need. So every new record's 10,000. Let's see if we can get one more record. 20,000 should be plenty for the Thief start here. There we go. 30 seconds there, so we got 2 wins. And done. Money acquired. Yeah, if you want to get a whole bunch of money, you try to get as close to 2 minutes as possible, and then you go like 1 second faster a bunch of times. But I think 20,000 should be plenty. We got not a lot of things this thief can buy. And we'll be able to easily get other stuff done with the money that we find along the way. Alright, maxed our heal potions out. Antidotes are done. Do we even really need tents and cabins? I guess we should have a couple of these, but large quantities not required. I can get the copper bracelet and the saber from Elfland, and then the thief's out of things to buy. It does not take long before the thief hits a wall. Steel hammers and cat claws. If we end up doing an eye grind, we will have a ridiculous amount of cash later on. Eye gives you 1 GP per experience point, which is, other than the Kaizakus, the best ratio that you're gonna see. A lot of undead monsters also give you 1 for 1. Oh yeah, the buy multiple is just so much better. Every time I fill up on heal potions, I'll save like 4 minutes of time doing the shopping. Alright, 2 arachnids. Might actually be able to beat them. An hour in potions? How many times do we do full potion buys? Definitely do, at least 1 at the start. 1 for Gurgu, 1 for Temple of Fiends. Maybe 2 or 3 others along the way. I would say 25 to 30 minutes on potions. That's how much we're going to save on those. Oh man, I totally forgot about the snail's Omniflare until you mentioned that. In the NES version, a dead thief looks exactly like a snail. Like, it is uncanny. And I don't think anyone ever saw that until it was pointed out, and then nobody saw anything besides dead snails again. Hey, Rocket Suited. Thank you very much for putting those bits towards the Melmond Relief Fund. Because Melmond, it will be a relief to finally burn that city to the ground. Level for Astos, probably a lot. I don't have an explicit target, but I imagine it's gonna be rough. Hey, Wolf and Josh. And our Tarantulas Arachnids, yes. I think we did level 18 for the NES version. It was either 18 or 19. If only we could use that silver sword. Things would be so much better with our lives. But we'll have the saber here. And this is a trade-off between accuracy versus attack power. And so basically, 32 accuracy is an additional attack per round. And that additional attack's gonna be way better than this 3 points of damage. But for right now, we're gonna be going back and forth between Saber versus Scimitar about which is the better choice. Also go ahead and get the copper bracelet. This is the same defense as the wood armor, but is less weight penalty. Go ahead, upgrade that. I guess called leather in this version. See that? My evasion score went up because it was less weight. Anything else we want to buy? No point to getting gold needles in this version. The thief doesn't really survive getting petrified, and I think everything else being good means that yeah, we're totally done with shopping until Astos is dead. Long will that be in the future? Grave in this version should be Link. I will go and check it. Yep, it's Link in this version. Erdrick should only be in the NES version. If Garland had dropped the longsword, could the thief use it? This version, enemies don't drop items. GBA was the first one with drops. But no, the longsword is a good weapon, and so the thief cannot use it. Real question is, what is going to be our best grind option? We need 156 experience for the level up. I'm going to say imps might be better to get the level up and then come back here for additional fighting. Like, we have an outside chance of beating ogres, but then you have to get the level up to get good stats, and that's where lots and lots of resets are going to happen. Oh, come on, Dan, you can do it. At least show us your potential level 6. Alright, level 6. We got the strong level up. Vitality is not going to be important. Assuming that this is not just a single level that they changed. If you can get strong levels when they're not guaranteed, we're hitting 999. Like, that'll be real easy. Strength, agility, vitality, luck. Beautiful. Level 6 is done. Suddenly, things are looking real good for this thief. So for NES version, you would have gotten 3 hit points there. Because at level 6, it's a non-strong level. This version, if you can get the strong level up, right now we'd be getting 28 max for the rolls, but it'd be between 23 and 28 for the range. And you can see where that difference of like 20 to 25 hit points is going to easily hit you to the cap, instead of struggling to get like 750 for the NES one. There goes your gambling. Well, the gamble just became, are we going to get the strong level ups in how many tries? That'll definitely be the gamble now. Alright, Capital Man, have a good night. Pleasant dreams to you, and there will definitely be more of this on Tuesday and Wednesday. Because I very much doubt we're going to do this in one sitting. And is intelligence fixed? No, intelligence doesn't do anything until the GBA version. Encounter table is not the same. Well, the table is kind of the same, but there's no longer the predictability of getting the level ups or getting the particular fight on a particular step. So it is now frame-based instead of step count-based for when encounters happen. And for what encounter, it's percentage instead of an ordered list. And that means I can't manipulate out a whole bunch of ogres like we did on NES version. We're gonna have to just take whatever we can get here. Which in this case, the arachnids are pretty good. Solo ogre is probably pretty good. And maybe the asp, which is gonna be called Cobra. Do we still have Peninsula Power? Yes. That is in all the versions. What I don't know is if some of the other little one-off squares are the same. Like on the NES version, right to the southwest of Astos' castle, there's one square that will give you the encounters from the Melmond area. Is that one square still like that? Pretty hard to test. Alright, Dan's not beating 2 ogres here. How much do we need for this level up? 7's gonna be 1,200 away. But Dan, I need to get the load from the main one, not from the memo save. It's like, why is Dan's HP so low? This is why. Take the right save. There we go. Could you grind it outside of Astos without the encounter manipulations? You wouldn't get the specific ones, but eventually you would get the Ogre-Groger formation or the Hyena formation. Either of those would be pretty good once you're into the teens. The problem that we had with the Astos grind on NES is that at a certain point, the ogres are going to run away from you. And that makes it real tough to get more levels. Like, you'll just get fewer and fewer successful fights where you get any XP at all. And by bumping up to that higher level zone, the Grogers weren't running yet, the Hyena wasn't running, the Tiger wasn't running. So there was a couple of monsters you could fight for another few levels. And if you try to go like level 23 or 24, those monsters would start running as well, but it's that little gap between the ogres starting to run and when we could actually beat Astos, where it made a big difference. Alright, 2 arachnids at the same time. think the poison does much more damage than the arachnids do, so we're probably okay here. We saw the arachnids before. Arachnid, Asp, and Solo Ogre we've been able to beat. The wolves are going to be way too slow. And Ogre plus Creep is going to be too much damage coming in. We have 3 of the fights in the zone that we can do. And these are going to be worth a lot more XP than those imps. In fact, that is going to be worth 47 imps worth of XP? That is not bad. Also, I'm pretty sure this version you still have to do the antidotes afterwards. But let's confirm. Yep. Not so nice as to give you free recovery. So poison, death, and petrification are not fixed by intrips. Asp, we're taking it. You might also notice that you're taking a lot more damage from the poison than the NES version. NES was 2 points of damage. For this version, it is, I think, what they did was like 4% of your max HP is the damage that you take. I don't know, maybe we should try killing wolves. If there's no Gerwolf, I might give it a go, just to see how slow it is. Ooh, Ogre, we definitely want to try you. We got a good matchup for our damage rolls. These ones should be pretty straightforward at this level. Nice. Ogre's worth 35 imps worth of experience, and so now we are down to only 107 imps left to go. Which means I should probably have my prediction opened up. Level 7 coming up. This one should be guaranteed SIL. And that's the same as we had for level 5. Of whether we can get both the agility and vitality point. I don't think it's going to be as critical to get these vitality points. I want to wait like another level before like ignoring them. Level 8 coming up should be one where we do not get a guaranteed strong level. And if that manages to get a strong level, then we'll be very confident that we can probably ignore vitality. Alright, let's see how long this takes. He does one-shot him. If he wasn't killing him in one hit, then we definitely wouldn't want to fight wolves. This isn't too bad. It's a little bit better than the NES version because you're just getting the wolves more consistently for each of those kills. But the XP, let's see, that was 24 imps worth of experience. It's not nothing. But that much work for one hook. I guess you would do it just so that you're not having to reset as many encounters to get one that you can fight. So we'll do Ass, we'll do Arachnid, we'll do Solo Ogre, we'll do Wolf No Gerwolf. That is our monster list here. At least for now. The only question is, are there any better zones that we could be at? Provoka would have probably worse junk encounters. Just like lots of those Wolf Gerwolf fights. They would have lots of creep fights. Which creep is worth like a third of an ogre, but is probably a lot stronger than 1/3 of an ogre for how painful it is to deal with. South Provoka starts mixing in the Groger. The ghouls. Anything else there? It's pretty much about it for the good stuff. How's the money? Well, we did 2 15 puzzles, which was enough to do all the shopping for this part of the game, and by the time that you get anywhere else, you're going to have more than enough cash to do every other bit of shopping imaginable. So that was pretty much it for what we had to do in terms of purchases. Hey, Magic Jade, Greffrey, welcome in. Paralysis is scary, yeah, paralysis is real bad. If you get paralyzed, then you are in a lot of trouble. If you get petrified, it's an instant game over, so I don't have to have gold needles. Our horses get experience. Horses hit really hard. A character like a fighter who's got great armor can clean up on the horses, but for a character like a thief who's got really crummy armor, they're gonna just absolutely wreck you. Hey, D-Man, welcome in. How's this looking compared to the NES version? We are a little bit faster than the NES version so far, which is actually unexpected. I was thinking it would be slower up through this point, but definitely promising for being very much faster by the end of the game. Also, it's kind of nice with the better graphics, the better sound. The only thing I kind of miss is that the PlayStation controller is not as comfortable for doing this as an NES controller is. PlayStation, if you're playing like an actual like PlayStation game, is a very nice controller overall, but for a game that is D-pad and heavily holding down button-based, it's much more fatiguing because the buttons have like a heavier press to actually engage them. Does this fix the weapon crit bug? Yeah, all the bugs are fixed. Imagine the NES version, fixing the bugs, 15 puzzles worth more, you can save anywhere, it auto-retargets if a monster is dead. That's about it for the changes if you're playing on normal mode. Well, we also think that the level-up system works a little bit differently, but we're still figuring out exactly how the level-up system works in this version. Is the crit bug fix going to help us? Pre-Astos, I think it does help us, because I want to say that the critical hit rate of the Scimitar and Saber went down. After Astos, when we have, like, the Coral Sword, I think it's slightly worse, and then for the Masmuin, it's a lot worse for critical hits. On the flip side, though, you got the Power Glove, so you don't need criticals to do a lot of damage. 2 or 3 Power Gloves, and you're gonna just be crushing the bosses. The cap is not different on this version. Normal mode PlayStation still has level 50 max. Moving crit bug in all versions, definitely not. That is 100% false. The weapon crit bug happened because the way that they indexed the table of values for critical hits, they used the pointer instead of the value at the pointer, which is something that you're not going to like replicate in a remake. That is super specific to how the NES version works. It should be one away, yep. 1/2 of an imp. Are we fighting imps? Because we wanted to get level ups and max out our stats. Or do decently well in the stat gains. So I need to get very quick final level up battles. So as I get closer to the amount for the level up, I will go to an easier zone where the fights are quick and relatively painless. And then we're going to reset a whole bunch until we get good stats. Which we're going to see. Can we get the full Savile here at level 7? 15 tries at it. Dan, 26 HP, Strength, Intelligence, Luck, just SIL. Yep, quite tornado. In the NES version, the weapon critical hit is its order in the table. So the first one is a 0.5%, the second one's a 1%, the third one's 1.5%, and so on, up until the Masmuin, which is like something ridiculous because there's a lot of weapons in the game. And what it was meant to have happen is that a lot of the early game weapons are like 5 or 10%, and even the late game ones are like 20%, with the ninja having access to a couple of high crit rate weapons, the katana and Vorpal sword. But since all the weapons are just ordered in the table, the last one, like the Excalibur and Masmuin, are just incredibly good. Alright, Dan, 28, Strength, Intelligence, Luck. Alright, 2 sills. Why, the first monsters that can do it really fast. If we were trying to grind ogres, it would take me like 2 minutes per level up try. Number 3, 25 SIL. Still no A or V. What happened in the previous one like this is we had absolutely no A's and V's until we got one that had both. And it's just like, all right, we're done. What I can do, though, is if I get one of the two, I could use one of my save slots to preserve that. And at least we have, like, a decently good level up saved. All right, next try. 27 SIVL. Okay. That's a decent one. Misses 1 point of HP and misses the agility point. But the best one we've seen so far. So this will be our traditional save game slot. And we'll go back to memo save. And keep going until we have 15 tries at it. Number 4, 24 SIL. Yeah, this is going to be so much nicer NL7 than the NES one. NES, because you only have a single save. You've got to gamble. Like, you might have had a pretty good level up. But if you pass on it, no going back to it. This one I can save. Here was a pretty good one, and if it turns out I do like another 10 of them and I don't get it, then I can at least take the pretty good one. Was that 5? I thought this was number 5. And it's a 26 sale. I'm going to save the vitality point over the agility point right now. This is the PlayStation version? Yes. This is the Final Fantasy Origins version, which is on the PS1. And then goes 26 SIL. Come up on the halfway mark on our tries. He still can't hit the imps. I guess technically for the imps you should put the scimitar back on for slightly better accuracy. You don't need the stopping power of the saber. And this one is 27 SIL. 28 should be the maximum health gain here. And that'll very slowly go up as we get more vitality points. So every 4 points of vitality will increase your level up reward by 1 HP. Next try is 28. That's the max. S-A-I-L. 28 sail versus 26 civil. Until we can confirm that the vitality is not as important, I think we gotta take the vitality points. 5 left to go. I think that's right, Skepticon. I believe we've done 10. That 28 sail is really tempting, though. This one is 28 SIL. 4 more tries at the full Savile. The reason I think agility is a little bit less important here is you don't have that really hard breakpoint with the defense sword anymore. NES version, there's a probably bug that causes the monster's accuracy score to be capped. And so going over a certain point of evasion doesn't help anymore. And it's a question of how many times you have to use the defense sword to hit that point. Whereas if it's uncapped, then we're talking about, well, it's like a 1% difference for each accuracy point. So yeah, it kind of is nice to get as many as you can. But being like 3 or 4 points off over the course of a few levels is not going to be as noticeable. 26 SIVL, I think it's the one we saved. So it should be the same there. So it's still the defense sword. Yeah, the names are from the Famicom version, Shaywolf. Save the Queen wasn't in the games until like Tactics and that era. You can do it! We all believe that you got the Savile within you. $28 SIL. We'll give him 2 more tries. 2 more tries for Dan to get this level up. Otherwise, I will take the one at the inn that I parked. We have a 26 civil. Record it. And we've seen that one more time since then. We saw a 27 sail. This one is 27 Savile! We got him. We got all 5, and it was pretty good. Those Saviles. How do they do it? Level 7 is done. Now the question is level 8. Level 8, we have Sal guaranteed, no V, and this does not have a strong level up. So we want to see how hard it is, or if it's even possible, to get a strong level when it's not expected. Hey, it's a couple of, I guess. This is the PS1 version, that's correct. Enemy being a jerk first. The perfect Dan does not exist, although you can make a pretty good one. At least better than your average thief. The odds of getting every single point would be so astronomically bad that it is not worth trying. But we would like to get, if possible, all the strength points, because that'll definitely speed up the boss fights a lot. Although not quite as essential, since we got the Power Glove post airship. We would like to get most of the vitality points, although maybe not essential if it turns out that you can get extra strong level ups. That would be a nice way around the otherwise pretty limiting HP cap. And after that, agility is probably the third most important thing, with luck number 4. Alright, for level 8, we've got 1800 XP to go. And I think we will set up our next prediction here about whether or not we are going to get that strong level up. Hey, Lemon Kitsune, welcome in. Thanks for the host there. And what are the big differences between this version and the original? The bugs are fixed. That's the really big difference. Oh, Dan, this poison's gonna get dangerous now. That 5% ticking down is, real scary. Oh yeah, save everywhere is also a very nice change. That is real big for safety. Asper Cobras and Cobras are Asp Sardius. They've also renamed all the undead, just like rotating them in a circle. It's kind of confusing if you've played the NES version a lot, but this is what the names in the Famicom version were. Alright, level 8. I am going to put in my next prediction here. We should have a little bit more time on this one. But whether we're going to get the strong HP gain. And you'll tell whether you got strong HP because with strong level ups, they're like 25 points instead of 5 points. And on the NES version, this would never happen. You would only get the weak one. So we want to see, is it true that with enough luck, you can max out all strong HP gains and easily get to 999? Peninsula Power is still in the game. The one that I don't know about is whether things like the one by Astus's Castle are still in the game. That one is like a very obscure one-tile bit of map weirdness, and they might not have preserved those. Whereas Peninsula Power was pretty famous, even when this game first came out. And so they definitely would have known about the weirdness there and intentionally tried to keep it. Weird monster names for some reason. Reasons that are inexplicable. And certainly almost definitely illegal. They have renamed the Agama to Fire Lizard. It is tragic. Yeah, I used the Astos's square for Solar Thief NES, but it might not be as important on this one. If we can get through Astos at a lower level, then we don't have to worry about the ogres running away. Don't have to worry about the ogres punching us really hard. I think we're still not going to be able to take out 2 of them. So we can do Solo Ogre, we can do Asps, we can do Arachnids. We can do Wolves, but they're slow. Let's see if we can do Ogre Creep. How long is this? I'm hoping we can do this in less than 25 hours. Certainly not going to be a single sitting playthrough. But comfortably faster than the NES version, hopefully. The really big things are the Power Glove, making the late game boss fight just so much better. And the Save Anywhere, making the late game boss fight so much better. Single thief on all the versions. Well, this is the second hardest. And I think if you go to GBA, it starts getting pretty trivial. So we might do it kind of for fun, but I don't think those would be nearly as significant of a thing to show off. Like, there's a huge gap in difficulty between this version and all the later ones. This was the last one that's even similar to the NES. And then Question Peninsula Power, at least the main one is still in the game. Because that one was famous enough that they probably preserved it, despite completely reworking how all the encounter systems work. Oh, Dan, what a critical miss! You are lucky that that ogre was kind. Lucky indeed. Yeah, new content in GBA is actually harder than the base game. So you can pretty easily beat Chaos around level 30 or so, which you can actually get very quickly. But for particularly like Omega and Shinru, those are very tough fights compared to anything the base game had. Alright, 636 experience. We're gonna get a little bit closer, then go back to Imps for the actual level up attempts. This version still spell charges? Yes. GBA was the first one that introduced MP. It was the first one that introduced monsters dropping items. It introduced high potions and ethers and Phoenix Downs and things. So all of those changes were GBA. PlayStation has an easy mode, which gives you the fast leveling. We're playing on normal, so that doesn't apply to us, but if you play on easy, then you can get mostly the same as NES mechanically, except that it'll be way, way faster for the levels, and you can power level so hard that you're gonna destroy the game. Unless you get a lot of spell charges on easy. I think you get like 1 charge per level, so you'll have, 50 casts of a spell instead of 9. Final Fantasy II, the remakes are really good compared to the original. Final Fantasy II had a bunch of issues in the Famicom version. And so for that game, I actually suggest doing GBA or PSP in order to get a much more playable one. Like, especially PSP Final Fantasy 2 is pretty fun for the most part. Like, there's only a couple things that are annoying about it compared to the original, and most things are improvements. $246, so we're down to 41 imps worth of experience. And at this point, you're starting to get encounters here that might push you over the top. So I'll actually be looking for something on the smaller side. Solo Ogre is like 195. So that fits. I think Double Arachnid still fits, but only just barely. And same with Double Asp. We'll see how those go. And if we end up finding it hard to get that last encounter, just do imps. 41 doesn't take that long. Come on, ogres. Why are you bringing all these creeps into this? That is one of the downsides to this zone. You've got lots of ogre creep fights. The most popular encounter, I think. There we go, Solo Ogre. So we'll get you, and then we'll be just a handful of imps away from our level up. And that will be when we find out whether or not we're getting the strong HP gains. And there's actually two ways this could go. One is that we're being fooled, and they put more strong HP gains on the Thief to help balance them. That would be unfortunate if we make plans and then suddenly they stop doing it. Or it's that it is, in fact, able to be random. And even if a strong HP is not guaranteed, you still have that, 10% chance of getting it. Hey, Mr. SNK. PlayStation version's a really nice one. It definitely is for people that like the difficulty of the original. Great in a lot of ways. Visually, musically, very good improvements overall. The biggest complaint is going to be the load times, because you're going from a game that goes instantly to, well, that was like 10 seconds to load the battle. Other than the load times, this is a really good one. Also, maybe the encounter rate being a little bit higher is also a source of some frustration. It's not as bad as Chrono Trigger. Chrono Trigger was much more heavily impacted by the load times. But you're still gonna deal with them here. 5.5 imps to our level up. Does this version improve the Thief running issue? I guess it kind of improves it in the sense that everyone except for the Thief is worse at running. So the Thief's running ability is relatively better than other character classes. DS Chrono Trigger is not as bad as the PlayStation one. I think right now, if you want to play Chrono Trigger, the DS one is probably certainly the easiest one to get. Like, the Super Nintendo one is very expensive. The PlayStation one has lots of load times. The PC one is not very good. It's better. They at least went back and fixed a lot of problems. Unlike Secret of Mana, which I am still bitter about. And unlike Final Fantasy 4 through 6 on PC. But the DS one is kind of like very, very highly produced. And it doesn't have the drawbacks of the PlayStation one. The bonus content's optional for Chrono Trigger though. Like, if you don't want to do that extra stuff, you can just skip it. That makes it so much better. Alright, here we go. Dan's leveling up. Do we get a strong level up? No strong level up. And this one was SAIL. Those, well, intelligence wasn't guaranteed, but it wasn't needed. So that's one try. We want to see if we can get a strong level up. Because if we get it now, then we know 100% that vitality is way less important than before. I mean, Chrono Trigger, other than the extra chapter at the end, like, what other, like, bonus content was there that would get in the way of the regular gameplay? I can't think of anything that really changed. There's another 3, SAL. If we get a 3, SAVL, I will save that as our backup option. Hopefully we will not need to use it. Next try is going to be 3 SAL. That's 3 of them we failed. Well, our prediction's only, I think, 15 tries? I will definitely go like 25 tries to see if it's possible. Definitely get it this time. Well, allegedly level 6 was not going to be a strong level, and we got it first try. So I wouldn't be shocked, because I heard this 10% claim, which doesn't seem to be true for the stat gains. I wouldn't be shocked if it's 10% on the strong level ups. That one seems more realistic for. This is the rate at which you get bonus ones of those. You like the GBA music, Gator? I guess it must be an acquired taste. GBA music is not terrible, like, it's doing its best. But the GBA is like a little tiny handheld. It's got little tiny speakers. And that means there's like no bass at all. So they remixed it to have like super thumpy drums. And as a result, when you play a GBA game now on like a real TV with a real speaker set, it's gonna be super muddy. Alright, Dan got another Sal. Item swapping's the PSP one for the big glitch on that. PSP is the only version of the game that's got the item bug. Yeah, Zeus Gauntlet's the first AoE item. That's going to be in Temple of Fiends. Or not Temple of Fiends, in Ordeals, which we'll probably do before Ice Cave. Just to make that place a little bit easier. Although not as important in this version. 28, okay. You can get strong level ups every single level. And that means vitality is not going to be required. Suddenly, we definitely want the strength point. We still like the vitality points, but if I can't get them, then I will deal with it. Agility is now my second most important, and that one, because of the change to how monster accuracy works, probably also is slightly less essential. And this is going to change how our leveling works a lot. We will be probably within 10 tries able to take most of our level ups, instead of some of those on the NES version where it was like 25 or 30 tries. So that's really big. Yeah, we'll have max HP definitely sometime in like pre-level 40. Strength, I can supplement it a little bit with Power Glove uses. So after we get past Astos, I might be able to give up some strength points and just make it up by doing one extra buff at the start of a battle. I still think you want to get strength points before Astos, because that is a huge difference in how long that sequence takes. Like, it's gonna be a lot of grinding to take him out. We did it at like level... It was either level 18 or 19 on the NES version. Many, many ogres from now is when it'll be done. Hey, Reg, welcome in. PS1 graphics and music is really nice. The thing I don't like about PS1 is because the controls are for classic style games of D-pad and holding down lots of buttons, it's a little bit more fatiguing. Other than that, great version overall to play. And if you're not trying to optimize your levels, you're not even really going to notice that as much. Alright, how many ogres to that level up? Looks like 11 ogres to go. At least for right now, we'll probably still need to do the occasional imp trip to top ourselves off. Like, we can't really do the ogre creep fights particularly well, and we can't do the double ogres particularly well. But we can get a lot of encounters in this zone. Oh yeah, this version definitely still looks really good. It looks better than their new remasters, so there's definitely a good job that was put in back in the day. Hit percent is level plus weapon. Well, character class level plus weapon. Because like a fighter will be much higher hit percentage at level 10 than a thief will be. But yeah, basically what we're doing here is we're going to level up until we start getting multiple attacks per round with our weapons. I'll have to see whether it's Saber or Scimitar has a higher crit rate in this version. Try and see if I can find a somewhat reliable reference. Alright, allegedly... No, those are NES values. That does not help me. Who's got the real critical hit rates for PlayStation version? It is really tough to find accurate information about this game because there's 6 different versions and people just jumble all the stats together. But let's see if I can find a correct one. I think those are the NES ones as well. Oh well. I will continue to hunt for the true values. I'm thinking the Scimitar should have a higher crit rate than Saber, but it might just be higher accuracy. And that may or may not be related to the Saber's critical hit rate. Many years before Astos, Astos was like 6 more hours of grinding on the NES version. I wouldn't be shocked if it is similar on this one. NES, we did Astos at the end of day number 2. This one, it's gonna be like the middle of day number 2, probably. We just got through Biggie a lot faster. And we're able to do these things earlier than NES could. Ooh, this might be accurate. Alright, allegedly, the Saber should have a higher critical hit rate. So we want to get the extra attack per round with the Saber, and at that point you are really far away from getting a 3rd attack, because every 16 level ups that the Thief gets an extra attack. So we might be doing Astos way faster than I thought. It depends on what it's going to look like. That's going to be the big factor of, like, is our strength score good enough to do enough damage? Interestingly, the HP is not going to be that much faster. The Thief gets really good HP growth up through about level 10 normally. We're going to have better than the normal amount, but only by like 50 extra HP. Where you really get gains on the Thief HP is going to be like 10 to 20. That's going to be just a huge difference. Enemy spell skill or yes, there are differences, Skepticon. Like the eye goes in reverse. There's also some formation placement differences. It's like on the NES version, when you have that trap tile with the Whiz Mummy and the birds, NES will place Whiz Mummies first, then Mummies, then Cockatrices, and then Paralisks. So you'll tend to have mostly Mummies in that fight. The remakes place it the opposite order. So they put the Paralisks and Cockatrices in first, and then Mummies and Whiz Mummies for extra slots. And as soon as you have 9 enemies, it can't put any more down. So on this version, you'll get lots and lots of birds. And that'll be a terrible spot for grinding. It is going to be so many birds, it is going to hurt us quite a lot. Marsh Cave Dive? If I get the extra attack per round on this Saber in like 2 levels, I'll probably try it then. The thing about Marsh Cave is we can do the wizards like rapid fire, and that'll make a big difference for success rates. We can memo save right before him instead of having to do the dungeon every single time. Pirates are rough. Pirates, I think we got pretty lucky on. We had the first couple of rounds, lots of dodges, and that's what you need to be successful at it. Like, you're going to be able to one-shot the Pirates as a thief. Like, maybe you could one-shot them as a black mage. I know they've got a little bit more HP than the NES version does, but it shouldn't take that long to be able to kill him in one hit. Let's see, where are we? 1,500 to go. But as far as Earth Cave, here's the deal. Forget about the random encounters. Those are no longer a problem. It's all about the bosses. So Earth Cave, as soon as we can beat Vampire, and again, we can save right next to him, give him a couple tries, we're through. As soon as we can do the same with Lich. And so as a result, like, we can do a lot of those fights 4 or 5 levels lower. Sleep still 1 round for enemies? I think so. I think the sleep mechanics didn't change. Which is that you will wake up guaranteed as long as you've got at least 80 maximum hit points, and the enemies will always wake up. Well, Dan, you were looking really good in that battle, and then some clutch misses there. Cost me the double Ogres of Destiny. Hard to get the Lich to kill him. I think killing Lich is going to be pretty hard. I think that's still going to be pretty tough. His Ice 2 just is a big damage sponge at the beginning. Like, that is going to wipe out a lot of your HP, and you do not have a lot of leeway for coming back from that. Also, the fact that Lich has got paralysis with that hold spell. That's another one which is super painful to have it land. Hits, 32% per hit, yes. So the hit rate's the same. Thieves should be getting 2% per level, which is why every 16 levels you'll get a bonus attack. But that stacks on top of your weapon amount, so we should be getting the second attack with the saber like level 10 or 11. Good ogre fight there. Should be down around 1,000 XP to go. And yeah, we're at 24 accuracy. So we need 4 more level ups to have 32. So I guess level 12 is what we're going to be going for. Spoiled by 4%. The GBA version gave Thieves 4%. That's where that came from. And I think they also doubled your starting agility. So like a Thief at level 1 with a Rapier gets 2 attacks per round. And they're actually a little bit better than a Fighter for damage into like level 3. I don't know why that snake keeps clanking. We've got nothing but wood and leather on. Possibly the metal plate in Dan's head is what it's striking. Don't want to do 2 creeps yet. 1 creep's a maybe. 2 creeps is probably not. No thank you to the Gerwolves. Here's where you're really paying a lot for not being able to manipulate the specific encounters. Like, it was so nice getting that big sequence of just plain ogre fights. And even when it was 50-50 for, do you get the double ogres or not? It's just kind of reassuring knowing that you're gonna get your XP chances in a fairly reasonable amount of time. Whereas here it's very much luck of the draw. Ow! That was a bad round. Let's see if they can get the bottom ogre down. Of course not. Alright. Kind of sketchy here. 83 versus ogre. Need some misses. We're halfway through. No, don't miss the ogre Dan. They're just staring at each other. Oh, that's about it. Alright. We need a 22. Good enough. Good enough for me. Dan's got this. Not at all panic-inducing. Alright. Everything's fine. Dan needs less than 100 imps worth of experience. Imps, of course, are worth 1/412th of an agama. For those that don't have the conversion factors memorized, it's okay. They are handily provided for you. There we go. Good fight. Should be down to about 50 imps now. This is a lot slower than just mashing heal potions, but we actually can't afford to mash heal potions. We don't get enough money from the ogre battles to make up the amount that it costs. Someday our money supply will be nigh limitless. And then they'll be sorry. Yeah, 300. So we would be pushed over by Double Ogre, but almost everything else we've been fighting fits into that. Should do nicely. So 1 1/3 ogres here. This will leave us about 8 imps away from the level up, which for this level, it's guaranteed strong level up. Should be a guaranteed strength point and a guaranteed vitality point and a guaranteed luck point. So at most we would be gambling for the agility. And so now starts the discussion of how much are those agility points really worth? Because again, we don't have that hard break point anymore for X amount of agility guarantees you dodging every non-critical attack at a certain point. Instead, I think the late game monsters are going to be hitting you even with like 3 defense swords up. So it's much more of a marginal value rather than a very strong cliff. Am I playing this on a real console? Yes, I've got my PS2 Slim out for this. The version that withholds the silver sword. GBA moved the silver sword to not appear until the Crescent Lake region. PlayStation still has it at Elfland. Unfortunately, the silver sword is a good sword, and so the thief cannot use it. We could use silver swords. Oh man, this would be past Astos by now. I think silver sword's like an extra 10 or 15 points of stats over top of the scimitar and saber. Alright, how far away? 24, so we need 4 imps. This will be our first try at it again. I would like to get the agility point. I'll probably give it like 5 tries. But even if we just got the thief's base agility level, which is like, I think it's like 35 out of 50 level ups have guaranteed agility. I don't know if we're really going to notice the difference. And first try is 24 SVL. No agility point. Try again. Other nice thing is because we get all of the extra strong level ups, in addition to not having to really care about vitality as much, we also don't have to max out the HP in the range. You're looking at at most a 5-point swing from the best to the worst possible HP values. And so every 5 that you completely blow is like 1 extra strong level up to do. We could really easily make that up. They do the new Taz strat for the game. I have not touched that since first creating the really broken one. It was fun figuring out how it worked and creating a way to do it, but actually kind of grinding out those super short runs is not something I'm really interested in. Alright, Dan, 23 SVL. There's 2 tries. Yeah, recently somebody came up with an improvement to how the stair method works. Basically, you can not have to go up as many stairs by doing a little trick during the climb. And so that saves you a bunch of time over having to do the number that I came up with for it. So that was pretty cool to see. Alright, next try here is 28 SIVL. 28's pretty good, but no agility point. This might be our last one with 28 max. I think we got enough vitality for 29 to be maxed after this. 2 more tries at it. Oh yeah, the inventory is really nice. Not having to worry about the slots. It wasn't really a problem with Solo Thief because, well, you don't need to hold that many things. Alright, 25 SVL. 1 more going. But certainly when you're playing with a full party, it's great to have the ability to, like, have all your gear and also, you know, carry around the white shirt and the Zeus gauntlet and all the other usable items. Plus the fact that anybody in the party can use it. So, rather than just the person that has it in their inventory, you're limited by the number of copies of the item that you have, but whoever grabs it gets it first. So you're not kind of pinned down to a certain person has to do a certain move. And that evens out things when you have, like, you know, 3 red mages. You can rotate so that their spell charges are not uneven. Alright, here we go. 26 SVL. Alright. One more. But we'll be willing to take without an agility point. I just want a 27 or better. How about that? It'll make me feel like we tried. Gets 28 SVL. Taking it. Agility point. See you later. Alright, how much do we have for our next level? 3,000 now. Alright, so we're up to about 15 ogres for the level ups. Actually, those things are really tough to run from. Because they fixed how running works in this game early on. Even with a thief, you're gonna be stuck in a lot of encounters. When we take an Astos, I think it's level 12 that we get the extra attack per round with the saber. That's what I'm looking for, is to have 2 attacks, and then we'll have twice as many chances to get those critical hits. Same thing for the wizards, it's not worth doing wizards early. So if we need at least 12 for Astos, we'll go to Marscape at level 12. Is it hard to dodge the slow? Yeah, it's gonna be tough. We have to dodge the slow, we have to dodge the rub. We have to get lucky with critical hits landing. Astos was painful in the NES one. That is maybe not the hardest boss because you can get back to him so quickly, but definitely the boss that we had to do the most number of tries on. I think our most total time was actually on Warmech from the number of attempts to deal with that thing. But certainly it was very satisfying taking Warmech out. Hey, Avancast, welcome in. Yeah, we probably shouldn't do anything with Dan this low health. Other than maybe Aspen Arachnid. Rub's gonna be probably close to 50% levels that we're doing it. But we see the rub pretty quickly. Where Astos secretly gets nasty is the slow spell. That's got like a 90% chance of working. And because it halves your attack rate, that is a huge swing for your success. And even with the 2 attacks per round, like, you're still going to struggle to get all the critical hits that you need. At least on NES. PlayStation, we'll see if the different critical hit rate actually makes a difference. I think it should be higher. And if that is true, then we definitely have a pretty good shot with double sabers. Alright, looks like still not doing double creeps. I think we'll have to be doing enough damage to get the single or double round kill on him. Also, I realized I need to get the load from this one. Most of the time, the memory cursor makes sense in this game. But when you go to do the reset, and it always puts you at memo save, even if you most recently saved the regular way, it gets me like at least half the time. Now that they should be synced up. Still not bothering with Gerwolves. Wolves just aren't worth enough XP. There we go, we'll take Asps. And let's plan out our next prediction here. Level 10, guaranteed sale, but does not have a strong level up. So we're going to be going for the strong HP. I think we got it. Like within 5 tries. But that's probably optimistic. So I'm going to put 7 for the prediction amount. The number that I have allegedly heard, and this could be entirely made up, is that it's 10%. So you'd expect it to be in 10 tries. So far, it has been first try and like 5th try. in we go. Hey, nice card, welcome in. Thank you very much for the good wishes there. We are doing a Solo Thief no class change challenge tonight. Or at least we're starting one. I don't think we're going to be doing this in a single sitting. This is on the PlayStation 1 version. I previously have done this on the NES version. There's a lot of differences that are going to come into play here. This version is basically, difficulty-wise, similar to the NES, but all the bugs are fixed. And you can save anywhere you want. And that's going to have like pretty neat implications for those bosses. We'll be able to take the bosses on at lower levels, but very risky strategies. So if you want to chill while we get our Solo Thief trying to level up for Astos, feel free to hang out and enjoy. They're actually pretty good graphics and sound of the PlayStation version. We are right now going for level 10. I'm going to try Astos at level 12, see how bad he is. On the NES version, I think we did Astos at level 18 for comparison. Oh yeah, Thief is still by far the worst character class. This is, of the 6 character classes, like, far and away, the least effective and most broken of any possible thing you could come up with. But in our Thief's favor, we are going to have a working power glove at the end of the game. Going to be able to do the boss fights without having to repeat the dungeons every time through, and that's going to be letting us take extremely risky strats through stuff. And I think the Thief will be the least impacted by the changes to running. That's something that you really notice on the remake versions, is that enemies are now going to go before you in battle because you're slower. And it's going to be harder to run away. Which for the Thief, that's kind of like their specialty. So I'm hoping that we're not going to have as much of a problem as a typical speedrun has for turn order and escaping. Anyway, Sora, job change for the Thief is problematic because, sure, the ninja's a really big upgrade. You get all kinds of better gear and weapons and spells, but you have to do the hardest parts of Solo Thief to class change. Astos is like #1, the biggest bottleneck in this game for a very long time. And not until you get to like Chaos do you have anything close to that level of difficulty for success. So you're kind of saving at the places where it's already gotten a lot easier for the Thief at that point. Hey Thohan, welcome in. Hope you're having a good weekend here. We're going to try this double creep fight. And it might still be a little bit out of our league. I think at this level we can finally do double ogres, but having that third monster is super tough to survive through. Especially when you miss this much, Dan. I want to say one thing that we're looking forward to. I believe at level 10, the Scimitar will go to 2 attacks. And Scimitar doesn't do as much damage as the Saber. And it should have a lower critical hit value, but getting the 2 attacks instead of 1 is still a big upgrade for damage output. And you actually did make it not bad. Alright, 2,000 XP left. Of course, we have the encounter every 2 steps in this version. See if we can actually save that. Come on, Dan, get out of those wolves! Dan's getting away. Unlike the NES version, which is based on your step count. So, if it's 26 steps till the next monster, doesn't matter where you go. Just 26 steps any direction will be a fight. This version's frame-based, like Dragon Warrior games. And that means you could have encounters on back-to-back steps, or you could go 30 steps without a battle. Although typically it's back-to-back because the encounter rate's been really increased. No thank you, wolves. We are looking for ogres, spiders, and snakes here. Maybe ogres with slightly less quantity of creeps. There we go. Double ogre should be good enough. 28. $39 actually behind pace here. Dan's gonna need to really pick this up. That's 65. 84. 97. 3 HP away. Alright, so we have to do another hit for bottom ogre. And then top ogre with 33 health left. Alright, Dan, get some dodges in. 20. Dan is not dodging. Dan did not dodge. Try again. Our heal potion's worth it. Heal potions are gonna break even versus ogres. You get 16 to 32 recovery. And it's like, on average, about 24 damage fixed up, and that's about what an ogre does per round. Hey, Power Cheese, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day here. We try again for the double. There's 39. 52, a little bit better start this time. 64. 90. Well, Dan, you did buy yourself a little bit more HP, but not a lot. 16. Real painful miss there. 37. Dan! 48. 63. And he doesn't dodge. So close, Dan. So close. Dan's just nervous. The performance pressure sometimes gets to him. Also, he's a thief, so he's pretty bad. That is also causing him some problems. I wouldn't say it's unlimited money. We got 20,000 off of the 15 puzzle, which meant that I could get all of my early game shopping without having to do a bunch of Kaisakus. Or trying to, like, open up treasure chests. But it's basically enough to do the pre-Marsh Cave stuff. Hey, Captain Booth, thank you very much for resubscribing. Back for 4 months, and thank you very much for the good wishes. It is a run. I won't call it painful. The Solo Thief has certainly a hard time compared to the other character classes, but there's a lot of strategy to, like, figuring out, like, how do you navigate your way through it. So it's a really intriguing and fun one to puzzle along. More or less painful than NES. So far, it's been less painful. And it could have been luck, but we got Bicky done way faster than NES. So that was a big deal. Bicky unlocks getting the Saber for some extra damage, Copper Bracelet for a little bit more evasion, and in our case, the 15 puzzle for cash. And we know that later on, we're gonna have way more HP, because we actually get more strong level ups than NES gives you. We're gonna have way more damage, because you have the Power Glove. So we might not need to be as super critical on manipulating all the level ups. NES, we manipulated every single strength point. We got up through level 45, all the vitality points. At that point, the value is so low, you don't really need the rest of them. We got, I think, like 45 of the 50 agility points. Like, we went pretty hard on maxing out the Thief statistically. And considering that we beat Warmech, and we beat Chaos like third try, I think it was pretty essential that you had to go that far to realistically do those things. But for PlayStation, if you have a lot less of a need to perfectly max out the Thief like that, you'll be able to get through the game in like many hours faster. And I think that'll start as soon as we get past Astos. Like, that's the real gatekeeper I think we have to worry about first. Alright, 1,500 left to go. And Code and Data, thank you very much for resubscribing. Back for 9 months, and I hope you're enjoying your shiny new orb, as well as our Solo Thief adventures tonight. I am definitely very much looking forward to seeing how Astos looks at like level 12 or so. Because if we can save 6 levels of grinding on him, that is a huge number of hours. Like, we could conceivably do Astos tonight instead of on day number 2. And that should set a pretty good tone for what the pace is going to be like. I think there is some chance, at least, that even though we'll have more criticals, we won't be doing enough damage until we get a couple more points of strength. That's why I want to see how that battle goes. Uh-oh, Dan. What have you gotten yourself into? Can't even beat the Ogre Creep. Yep, the plan is level 12. And then go to Marsh Cave and Astos. I might have to get level 13 to make sure that we don't level up at the Astos battle, but level 12 to Marsh Cave is what I'd like to try. And we're currently come up on level 10 here pretty soon. So I would guess, like, maybe an hour or so. Alright, let's try double ogre at a disadvantage. Starting off at 11. 32. 50. There's some good dodges. Dan's no longer dodging. 74. And pretty much out of it. Worth a shot. It's really all about getting that first enemy down quickly. The longer you're getting 2 hits per round, the less likely you're going to be able to finish the fight. I wonder what happened to our arachnids and asps. They used to be so plentiful. They were such good fights. There's an asp. Would it have to be north of Elfland for the arachnids to show up? The zone might make a difference here. These are not enemies I would normally fight. Like, when you're playing the NES version, it's ogres or bust. You really don't want to deal with any of the poisonous monsters that are around here. And you'll take wolves just because they're an easy fight to escape from and very quick. Ooh, Groger fight. Well, that's not gonna happen. It's our first Groger of the game. We have had like a lot of ogre battles without a single Groger showing up. I think they're only 3 in 64, so I'm surprised it has been that many, but maybe they're the 1 in 64 in this zone. I can't take him anywhere. I can't take him anywhere. We really do want the plain ogre fights, but we haven't been getting many of the 50-50s to give us singles. And we're not quite ready for doubles, as you have seen. One more level, I think we could do doubles. Alright, good start. Real good start. Now we're talking quick creep. Ogre. Well, he might be going on the slow side. is still on pace here. There we go. Finally getting a good hit. Got him. So at this point, down to 1,200. That's 6 more ogres to go. And then we'll see how long it takes us to get the strong level up. Again, it's been first try and 5th try so far, getting the strong level up to happen. And the only number I've ever seen is 10% for it. So either we're getting lucky or the internet is wrong again. We should get an extra attack per round next level. Right now we'd be at 31 with the scimitar, so next level we'll be at 33. It is so close. So close to being there. Oh, Dan. Alright. Get back in the game. Get back in the game. Sadly, we can't go with our scimitar for the extra accuracy because the 3 points of attack does make a pretty big difference here. We're already just barely clearing a lot of these enemies' armor absorb ratings. If you're only doing like 10 or 12 to an ogre, going down to 7 or 8 means a bunch more rounds. Good fight there. All right, down to 1,000 XP to go. Hey, Jareth, thank you very much for those bits, which we'll be putting towards the Melmond Relief Fund. Melmond, it may be a relief when we get there. But overall, the thief isn't directly fixed in this version. It is that all of the other characters are slightly more harmed than the thief. So relatively, you get a little tiny bit better. But it's still the worst character class by far. And Sarnax42, thank you very much for the host there. Thank you for the good wishes. Hope you had a wonderful stream. We're doing a solo thief no class change challenge for the PlayStation version of Final Fantasy. I think this will be like probably about 20 hours, so not going to do it in a single sitting. But I would love if we could get through Astos tonight. On NES, it took us 2 full days to beat Astos. And on this one, it seems like we're going to have a better chance of getting through Marsh Cave a bit early. And possibly a better crit rate on Astos, which will make a large difference. One's deathless, just reset fast enough and you will never die. That is the solution to a lot of things in this. Just never happened. Alright, good. Don't waste any extra effort. 12 on top ogre. It's going to be pretty tough to finish him, but 34. Really tough to finish him. 43. 63. Now we're talking interesting. 37 more damage to go. 22 more. Oh, Dan. 2 more damage. Dan! Why? Why do you have to do this, Dan? Every time. Every time. Good. It's a good fight. The unnecessary excitement of Dan is bad for our health. Good news is that put us pretty close to level 10 here. We should be down to like 3 ogres left. Let's see the exact amount. Ooh, actually only 2.5 ogres to go. Try. I feel like these double creeps are a trap because, yeah, you just take too much damage with 3 enemies. Those you'd pretty much have to get. Either really lucky with some dodges, or to the point where you're killing creeps in 2 attacks. Oh good, this again. 30. 44. 62. Now he's making it interesting. Now he's making it not very interesting. Didn't even come close on that one. Despite starting off with a critical, it did not help him. The critical is something that I'm a little concerned about. It doesn't seem to be happening as often as I expect it, given the numerical values for these weapons. So either I'm just not paying attention enough to the hits, like maybe the criticals are coming on critical misses, or it could be a big Astos concern. Alright, 225. That is a small enough amount that I don't think we would be really well suited to doing more at Elfland. We're gonna have to do 35 or so imps. And that'll set us into the range here. We're doing imp kills so that we can dial in as close as possible to the level up. And then just try repeatedly until we get a good level up. We want to get 25 plus HP. And I don't know if we have to care about the stats. This one's guaranteed sale. And if vitality is in fact not going to be as important, all we care about is the strong HP gain. Fixed critical rates are actually lower. That is worrying, because we do most of our Astos damage on critical hits. I was under the impression that critical hit rates were higher than the NES version for Scimitar and Saber. We'll see how the Scimitar looks, because the Saber's been pretty low. And we'll get a chance at level 10 to bust out the Scimitar for a while. 13 imps. Do another couple and we'll check our XP then. There's 16. There's the one-step encounter. The nice encounter spacing is something that the NES version of the game kind of spoils you with. I really enjoy having at least a few steps before that next fight. It feels so bad when you get, you know, encounter after encounter, and it feels like you can't even get down a hallway. NES always was at least 7 steps, other than in Warmex Floor, because that part of the world had a higher encounter rate. But even like at its worst, it felt like you made a little bit of progress. All right, let's see how we're doing. 99 to go. So that is 16 and a half imps left. We are closing in on it. I forget if we actually did anything with the Hollow Giants on the NES Thief. I want to say by the time that we got to that part of the world, we had other things to fight, but was Hollow Giants better than Crescent Lake when we were trying it? Crescent Lake gives you that really convenient end trip, and I think that's what won out over something like Hollow Giants, which has a much quicker time to next encounter. You've got a lot of defense, though. Hollow Giants is not bad. Peninsula Power here, yes. But unless you've got Harm to or Fire to, you're not going to be able to take advantage of it at a reasonable time in the game. There's just no way that you'd be able to beat Zombols and Trolls right now. Big Daryl 1986, thank you very much for coming back for 4 months. Hope you're having a good weekend, and definitely you don't want any Dans in your hallways. They will clog that up. Alright, 27 more to go. So if we get a 5-pack of imps, that'll be a level up. Get a 3 or 4, we'll position ourselves to give it a try. And so this is going to be number 1. We have 7 tries at getting the strong level for the prediction. Will it be first try? And Dan says, nope. Only gets 4 HP. Try again, Dan. I don't think we're gonna have a 1-hour level like we done in the NES version. Like, this is allegedly 10%. And that's going to be way better than the odds of a lot of those level ups. Hey, Wicked Viking. Welcome in. Hope you had a good stream. We are doing a Solo Thief No Class Change Challenge on the PlayStation version of Final Fantasy. Currently doing a super big grind to try and get through the Marsh Cave in Astos. I'm trying to get our level ups here to go well. Dan does not get a strong level up. Try again. Hey, Wicked Viking. I am doing pretty good here. Hope you had a great night. And again, welcome in to all of you coming in. This will park us a little bit closer to the other 5 impact. And we'll get try number 3 here. Is it a strong level up? Yep, there it is. 3 tries for it. So first, third, and fifth try so far. Definitely has beaten that 10%. I don't know if I'm confident enough to say it's a 25% chance like the NES stat gains were, but and we got a full Savile on top. So not only do we get the strong level up, we also got the vitality point to have an extra bonus. Oh, and we get to get our scimitar. Lovely scimitar pushing us over that 32% accuracy mark. Even though this is going down for our damage output, we are going to have 2 attacks per round. And that is a really, really big difference. Have we failed a prediction yet? No. We have gotten really close on some of those, but no failures. Oh, that's so good to see. Oh yeah, we're gonna get 999 HP. That is gonna be one of the things that makes it a lot nicer, is that we will be able to max out hit points and probably by level 40 to 999. Look at that beautiful double hitting sword. It's so wonderful. And the benefit's not just like the extra hit points, like going from 800 to 1000 it's nice. Maybe 1 extra hit for a lot of the bosses, but the ease at which we get there is really the critical thing. We had to grind for all those vitality points up until like level 45 or so. I think that's like 20, 24 vitality points that we had to get 1 in 4 tries on top of whatever else we needed for level ups. And that just goes out the window. Like, we don't care if we get a vitality point. Well, we care because it's nice. You'll get that still slight benefit for all of your level up gains, but it's not going to be as critical. Alright, here we got 3,500 experience to go. That is about 18 ogres. But the nice story is, other than getting ambushed by double ogres, we should be pretty good at taking those more difficult packs out. That'll be a really nice change to have semi-consistent double ogre fights that go well. This PlayStation, yes, and the level cap is 50. on normal difficulty. It's pretty similar to the NES in a lot of things with the bugs fixed. So you still have spell charges, you still have 50 levels, which is really what makes it tough to get the stats to work out. If you had 99 levels, then even missing out on a lot of the stat gains, you would be far better off at taking out those bosses. Single-use items, no. The items are exactly the same as NES. No item drops, no high potions, no Phoenix Downs or anything like that. In fact, this version, they haven't even moved the silver sword yet, so even the shops are identical. Don't remember the load times being so fast. It's on my PS2 Slim. Annoying for the loads compared to like NES, but it's not like outrageously bad. The ones that were really bad are the later games. So like especially Chrono Trigger, and I think Final Fantasy VI had pretty bad load times. But for Final Fantasy 1 and 2, it's an annoyance more than like an outright pain. This is basically the Wonder Swan version. Yes, this is very similar to the Wonder Swan version. We need to do triple creeps. Or we were struggling to do 2 before. 55 versus an ogre. Let's see if we can do it. Dan needs to go first. Got him. Yeah, that's so much better. $15 ogres to go. Get the Wonder Swan specifically for Final Fantasy 1 and 2. There are some other games on the Wonder Swan that are pretty nice. But certainly it was a very big score for the Wonder Swan to get Square to port over. Final Fantasy 1, 2, and 4. And also make like 2 other games that were original to the console. Alas, it could not save the Wonder Swan in the end. Another triple creep preemptive? We just barely won this last time. Damn, making it interesting. Yeah, Wild Card, and then there was another game called Blue Wing Blitz that Square made for the Wonder Swan. They're both pretty decent. Like, certainly a lot better than you'd expect for, here's a random title for a relatively unknown console. Yeah, wolves are not worth it. They're worth so little XP compared to the ogres and spiders and snakes that it's not worth chewing through the fights. At least not until you're trying to get, like, the last 50 experience for level up. Then Though you'd probably take those. There we go. For a second I was worried that Dan had forgotten how to sword. That is an important skill right now. I'm torn between top and bottom. Bottom, I think, gets me more ogres. Top gets me more spiders and snakes. I've got 2 attacks per round. The ogres may be the better choice. Even with their creep annoyances. Creeps aren't completely worthless. They're like 1/3 of an ogre. Problem is they're about half of an ogre worth of difficulty. So it makes the fight a lot more demanding than you get the reward for it. I wonder if Groger is even possible here. You have to get at least Ogre Groger, so you'd be in a double situation. I guess Groger with extra physical defense. Gonna be tough for the Scimitar. Yeah, it's roughly 3 creeps to an Ogre for XP. I think you might even get slightly less, but mostly it's that you don't get as much gold for it. And on the NES version, the gold's really important in terms of when you're doing these type of grinds. Not just getting the level ups, but being able to afford your weapons and your recovery items. So having the 15 puzzle on PlayStation version helped out a lot with that. How about down around? Be the true test of Dan's sorting skills. There's the creep critical. Yeah, I don't think I've seen any Scimitar crits, which is very worrying. If it really is even worse for the critical hit rate than NES, that makes me concerned about Astos a lot. Suddenly level 12 may not be adequate. Alright, 12 ogres to go. 2 hit sabers and 2 levels. So level 12, we'll be able to 2-hit with the stronger damage weapon. And that's when I'm planning to try Marsh Cave. I think we can beat wizards. What I don't know is Astos. That's the one where I'm worried. also completely out of water. So let me grab a drink. And I'll be back momentarily here. There we go, refreshment acquired. And thieves refreshed as well. This thirsty work dealing with a character class this awful. Nope, more wolves. Come on, ogres, don't be shy. What the thing to think about for Astos is, does he have a different spell order in this version? A lot of the enemies use the same scripts as NES, but some of them are flipped around. Like, I know the eye definitely is got updates. Depending on whether or not Astos gets to that slow spell really early, could make a difference. Nice, got a crit there. Good, clean overkill. We're definitely getting the doubles a lot more consistently. It's still not 100%. But it's certainly a lot better than single hit Saber was. Hey, Mr. Fuzzums. Thanks for the good wishes there, and I'm glad that you enjoy the music in this one, because it's really good. I think this is probably my favorite version for just the graphics and music overall. PlayStation Portable is really good as well. I don't think the music necessarily is comparable because they did redo a lot of the songs for GBA and PSP. So like for classic music, this is like the closest to the NES one. But both PS1 and PSP, very, very good ones for the presentation. creeping me out again. Good dodge. We have 120 HP to take this ogre down. Shouldn't be much of a problem. Now that it's 3 or 4 attacks instead of 5 or 6 rounds on it. That makes a big difference for survival. And there we go. Got him. So at this point, 1,400 to go. That's 7 ogres left. Yeah, the remakes, the famous ones are Gurgu and Matoya's Cave. Those are the ones that ended up being popular enough that they often get into music compilations. Like if you play any of the Final Fantasy MMOs, I think that those two themes are both the ones that they picked out from Final Fantasy 1. But I'm a big fan of a lot of the original music. My favorite's still Sea Shrine / Temple of Fiends Revisited. But I think Gurgu's a pretty good one. Yes, with this creep count. Isn't Final Fantasy IX's Gurgu Volcano theme basically a rearranged one of the GBA version? I want to say that they're like basically the same song, but obviously Final Fantasy IX's got a lot more of a complex and depth arrangement to it, as was the GBA and PSP, which they're kind of limited by the system output. So it'll be around 5 ogres to go. Now we'll start seeing a lot more poison damage. Poison's a bit nastier when it's 5% of your max HP instead of just 2 damage per round. Suddenly you have to actually care about it for the attrition. The inns are weird. I think the shops are maybe unnecessary. Like, they don't add much in this version, because it's just a very tiny space, usually with only one NPC to talk to. It kind of looks more like, you know, the era of games at the time, but because it's so simplistic for the content, it doesn't really change the feel of it, and so it's kind of, here's extra steps to go and get your potion purchased or to stay at the end. Until you see the Melmond. And then you realize it is, in fact, even more run down and full of spiders than you ever could have imagined. Two and a half ogres left. That is true, Riley Virtue. The wailing moans of the people that were given food poisoning by the Belmont Inn could easily be confused with ghosts. So I suppose it is helpful in that way. Alright, what do we have coming up here? This is level 11, right? So this is one of the levels that is really horribly bad on the NES version. Because it's a strong level up with just luck. And you have a 1 in 64 chance of getting the SA and V points. Which I think we actually did manage to do on our Solo Thief playthrough. Either that or we settled for the 1 in 16 and maybe skip the A. In this one, I pretty much just need the strength point. So, if you want to quickly get a prediction it for level 11, will we get S level 11 in, say, 5 tries? I don't know how many attempts we'll be able to squeeze in. But 5 seems reasonable if it is still a 25% chance. Croaker, a little bit too much for us still. Also, certainly too much XP for us right now. Want to get, hopefully, somewhere in the 200 to 250 range. Get us in good shape for putting this level up together. Or at least until we have Astos down, I want to take every single strength point. That's one I will not bend on until we realistically can get to the more advanced parts of the game. So 105 XP to go. And it's 17 and a half imps. But we almost made it. I tried. Even the ocean's got more encounters than the NES version. Like, you can often do these type of sails between Elfland and Canaria without getting a fight. Here it's like maybe 50-50. But I think we've seen more crits with the Scimitar, but we're also getting 2 attacks per round. So I still don't know if the Scimitar's got a higher crit rate than the Saber in this version. We are really hoping Saber's got a higher crit rate, and that it's enough to take out Astos. Also, really nice side benefit of 2 attacks is you're pretty much never gonna miss on these wimpy monsters again. That speeds up these fights quite a bit. Alright, let's see how our experience looks. Should be pretty close. 5.5 simps away. Means we'll take 2 encounters. But once we get that second one, every single fight is gonna be a level up after that. So make sure you get your predictions in. 5 attempts at a strength point. I think it's kind of generous. If it is 1 in 4, you got a pretty good likelihood of a strength point showing up in there. It's 1 in 10, maybe tougher, but I think it's 1 in 4 for the stat points. Alright, Runeseeker, have a good night. Thanks for dropping by, and pleasant dreams to you. Here we go, try number 1. Will we see our strength point? It is a 26 L. No strength. L is the only guaranteed stat at this level. Number 2 is 26 L. Number 3. And number 3 is 26 AL. So sometimes you do get a point, just not the right one. Try number 4. Go for the full Savile. Well, we'll see what happens when we get the S. Surprises can take place. 28 L. One more try on the prediction. We will keep going until we get that S, even if it is like 20 tries at it. I do not want to miss any strength points. This is actually the first level where we could miss one. Up until now, strength has always been guaranteed. And that's one of the surprising things about a thief is that they get more guaranteed strength points than agility. They're actually really, really good at getting strength. Maybe not 200th try. Well, actually, we'd probably go for a while on it. Because at least pre-Astos, those strength points are so valuable. After Astos, or especially after Airship, I think we're gonna stop caring. Alright, number 5, 28, and an L. We did not get a strength in 5 tries. That's our first one that has failed for the prediction. See, Dan can fail after all. Now let's see if we can keep track of how many tries it takes to get this strength point to happen. Number 6, 26L. That's been a popular one. Number 7, 25L. Worst one so far. Number 8, 28L. I think one nice thing about this is that unlike the NES version where there's 256 values for the RNG state to be in, and you have to kill a monster to end the battle, so there's a limited number of states where that can happen. So you might only have like 160 states that the RNG can end at. This one should be roughly true to the percentages. I'm pretty sure that all of these stat gains are based on frame counts, as opposed to some complex RNG state like NES has. And so as a result, I hopefully will not have to do all kinds of crazy stuff to try and shake it into new possibilities. 24L. I could believe this is 10%. Like, based on what we have seen so far, I would maybe say the stats are 10% and the strong level ups are 25%. But we'll get more and more data as we get through the game here. Because definitely notice we're getting 4 stats that we can try every level up. There's strength, agility, vitality, and intelligence that are all getting rolled. And if we're just getting plain L's, that means all 4 of them failed. 28, vitality luck. Technically best level up so far. Actually, I think the agility one might have been better. But we're very confident vitality is not required. You can probably get more out of agility than a vitality point by the end of the game. But as our second stat that we've gotten a plus on. This will be the strength's turn. 24, just L. By the way, will be very nice once we have an AoE item. Stuff like this where you have just a whole bunch of enemies to plow through. Instantly being done in one turn is a very big difference maker on time. Again, going 27L. I think it's our first 27. Hey, Glacier Wolf. Welcome in. We're currently trying to get a strength point to drop here on level 11. Fortunately, it's the only stat we need. Unfortunately, it's really tough to get stat points on the PlayStation version. Why this version of the game? Well, we did the NES Solo Thief, and this is the most similar to the NES version with the bugs fixed. So it's a nice comparison to see what that does to the game. Dango in 26 and L. Hey, most of the character classes are still doing, well, maybe not most, but some of the character classes are still doing imps. Black Belt, surprisingly, is fighting imps and ogres until really late, and then they just blast through the rest of the game in like 2 hours. As soon as Black Belt gets past Bicky, the game's basically over. Dango in 28L. I think is the max HP right now. If we'd gotten all of our vitality points, it should have been up to 29, but we're now willing to give some up. Greatly simplifying our level up process. We have 24 SL. There's our strength point. Gonna cost us a little bit of HP, but that is totally fine when basically we're gonna hit 999, probably somewhere in the high 30s. Back here, 4,700. That is 24 ogres. I'm not letting you get away anymore. Feel the wrath of my blade. Nice, you got a critical on that. Two crits in that fight. Well, if you get crits at that rate, Astos is not completely outrageous. And again, our plan is we're going to hit level 12 here. That will give us 2 attacks per round with the saber. We go do the Marsh Cave, and we see what Astos is like. Let's see, coming up. Level 12 is going to be guaranteed S, A, V, and L. It's the dream level. What's not guaranteed is the stronger level up. And here's where you get to do your predictions of when we get that strong level up to happen. I mean, it's been pretty fast so far. So let's say 5 tries at level 12. Yeah, this should be better than NES. NES is the hardest version to do this. This is the second hardest version. Way to think about the PlayStation version is you take the NES version, you fix all the bugs, which for the most part, fixing bugs makes the game easier, because many of the bugs in the NES version were stacked against you. That's things like Temper and Saber not working, elemental damage not working, and the few bugs that were in your favor kind of hurt the Thief. So the Thief is less impacted by getting those fixed than the other character class. And that's running away was too easy, and critical hits were too easy. Those are both things that Thief, or at least the Ninja, has some benefits on. And on top of that, you get the Save Anywhere feature, which takes the dungeons out of the equations for getting those tough boss battles. Like, we can park ourselves in front of Lich, and instead of taking 10-15 minutes per try, we're gonna do Lich every minute. And hopefully that means that you can be more aggressive doing those bosses at lower levels without having to do as much stat optimization to make the fights work. Hey Nintendo. This Dan has more bits than you can shake a stick at. And each and every one of them is a tiny little bit of failure. Yeah, Power Glove's gonna help the bosses after we get Airship. Where it doesn't help is Wizards, Astos, Lich, and the Odd. And of those, Wizards really helped out by Save Anywhere, because we know we're going to get 2 Wizard fights pretty consistently. We know Astos is going to be, well, probably the worst of it. You already were saved right by him, and he was still really hard. Lich should be helped by the Save Anywhere. And the eye, well, one, it's helped by the save anywhere, and also by they have changed the eye's AI to flip his spell order, so he should be doing lit 2 instead of XXXX at the start. Which actually for the thief is not a problem anymore. We will have easily more than 300 hit points in that battle. Let's get another ogre here. Sooner or later, we're gonna be going to ogre time. About 15 more ogres to go. Love to see some doubles here. Still don't know if we can take an ogre Groger. That may be beyond our power. We've been doing okay-ish against these bigger creep battles. 2 I feel confident on, 3 I feel is a bit risky. These have been not as consistent. Just need to get lots of dodges. And reasonably good turn order. Alright, 127 versus an ogre, we should be fine. We should have this. Good fight. I'm still wondering why Dan puts the dead bodies of all of his friends into the beds in the end. It's just creepy. Sure, maybe once you try it. But after 25 tries, you would have to imagine. It's starting to get a little bit smelly in there. Ooh, triple spider. We have not seen arachnids down here all that often. I was expecting a lot more arachnids and snakes in this grind, because these are enemies that you could pretty early on succeed against. Like, the poison does way more damage than their physical attacks. One more to go. Sadly, arachnids do not pay for that many heal potions to be used. Even ogres are not really paying to recover with just heal potions. Those are a very expensive way of patching you up. But whenever I can, I try to avoid going into this, and it's a bit of an animation cost. Singing isn't nearly as good. Well, I suppose they had to sacrifice something. Let's see how we're doing on our XP. Right down to 12.5 ogres. And there's gonna be 2 of them. Also gonna be a lot of biting. Five shouldn't be a problem. Especially not with a crit there. Other than that one battle with wolves, we got 2 crits out of like 3 attacks. We are not seeing all that many critical hits. Like 1 crit like every 20 or 30 swings is certainly gonna need to be a lot better on Astos. Let's get back out there and keep pounding those ogres down. Got another ogre and a half there. Trying to take some stock of what we're going to need for the upcoming marsh trip. Obviously, restock on pures and antidotes, even though we shouldn't really have any problem with the encounters. The Marsh Cave has a very low encounter rate in this version. Marsh and Waterfall, 2 extremely odd dungeons. They have like almost no encounters compared to normal. They also have, because they did this for all of the fights, any fight that you had an elevated ambush rate turns into an elevated first strike rate. So all of those poisonous fights, which tend to be like a 30 or 40% ambush rate, suddenly you have a lot of free chances to get past. And they'll be really good in places like the Ice Cave, where you have those 90% mages or the 90% shadows of the Earth Cave area. Those suddenly get to be great battles. Alright, 7 more ogres to go. Hey, Ratlong. Can you grant a wizards in this version? I don't really think that would be a great idea, because at least initially you're gonna just barely be able to win the fights. So you'd have to cycle through until you got 2 wizards. It's gonna take a couple of tries, and then you're gonna hope that you don't get demolished. Once you hit like level 17 or so, maybe you'd have a better try at it. Just kind of pulling a number out for when you'd be more likely to survive a lot of the wizard battles. One thing that we will be able to do is maybe do an eye grind. That should be a fairly efficient place to get levels when you can save in between the fights. You don't have to worry about the escape from Ice Cave going badly. Takes an otherwise extremely difficult fight and makes it kind of trivial. 1/3 Agnes, it's definitely lucrative. I don't think we're gonna finish that one. 1 1/3 fire lizards. Now I am saddened by the disappearance of the Agamas yet again. It is truly the most horrific and disturbing thing about the remakes. The Agam is forced to go under a disguised identity. Good swing. Suddenly the critical hit rate on the scimitar is getting way better. It's just very streaky. So now I'm really wondering about what the true rate is. There's the NES rate, which was based on the item order. Then there's the published rates, which I think is like supposed to be either 5 or 10%. I think it's 5% for scimitar and 10% for saber, which didn't feel like the scimitar. Well, didn't feel like the saber was going 10%. Maybe 5% for the scimitar. I could potentially believe that if you really kept a careful track of it. It's not that infrequent for the critical flashes. Alright, Dan, you are definitely behind in this creep fight. Need a good 2 rounds. Not a bad start. Ooh. Now it's dodgy. Now it's really dodgy. 63. Ooh, 42 versus the ogre. Well, it's your turn order. Good dodge. Not a good round there. Also not a good round there. Damn. Falling short. Don't again. You'll get him next time. Still feels weird how much more damage the poison does than the actual enemy hits. At this point, we are 3 ogres away from the level up. Yeah, closing in fast on it. And it is guaranteed. SAVL. What we need is the strong level up. How long do I expect this to take? I am currently estimating about 20 hours. It will really depend on what our Astos time is. That will set a lot of direction for how the overall time flow is. Because this is probably the hardest early game boss to deal with. And no, we're not going to do it in a single sitting. I'll break it up into a couple of nights. We did the same thing with the NES single thief playthrough. That ended up being 5 nights, I think. And that felt like a comfortable amount of thief per day. This one should be probably 3. Now the question is, do we go back to Elfland for the imps, or do we just try to get the level up here? Oh, you're not staying at my place. You're staying with Dan. Dan and the dead bodies. We have all the room you could want for in the end. This guy, this Groger, might not be impossible. In 20 years, that is a good amount of time for playing it. The PSP version, I imagine, is still going to be the best version overall for just presentation and style, but accessibility-wise, it's getting harder and harder to get a PSP. So unfortunately, that locks people out of some of the really good sprite artwork that was done around that time. Pretty good music overall, and lots of fun extra content. No, Dan! He was close. He was close. One and 2 especially, PSP is really good I think 4, because it was based off of a Super Nintendo game, already had a little bit better of a visual style. And so you didn't get that same upgrade feeling. That's probably the only one where the PSP version is not the one I'd recommend for people jumping into it. Yeah, there's a remaster coming, but they've done a very bad job historically on these. Alright, here we go. First level up try. Did not get the strong level up. Try again. So, I am not optimistic on Square suddenly figuring out how to do remasters correctly. Like, it hasn't just been like one game that they kind of messed up on. It's been every single release, for the most part, for like the last 5 or 6 years of remasters has been plagued with problems. Saga Frontier was okay. I think that Saga Frontier still suffers from like very hard to figure out where to go problems, but that was part of the original game. I think Trials of Mana was pretty good. That was the one I'd point to as this is a really good remake. And then you could point to things like Secret of Mana for like really bad remakes. Final Fantasy VI on Steam, really bad remakes. But Trials of Mana, 100% that was a great one. "14 years since Final Fantasy IV DS. It is amazing how old the DS line is. It feels like it was much more recently, because the 3DS until like 2 years ago was still getting games. But they came out with the original DS and then the DS Lite, and then, well, there's the DSi and then the DS Lite and then the 3DS and then the new 3DS and then the new 3DS. It's like, there were so many revisions that they just stretched the name for like 15 years. Alright, 2 tries. Pokemon was a big reason for the 3DS longevity, but I think also because when Nintendo was doing all of their remasters, they basically could either do it on the Wii U, which nobody liked, or the 3DS. So they put out a lot of games on the 3DS that became very, very sought after. Because if you wanted, you know, Ocarina of Time or Majora's Mask or all these other games that were coming out, that was the platform that was going to have them. Alright, there's 3 tries. Ooh, Dragon Quest Remastered. Now, that one could be different just because I think that the Dragon Quest team has done better on their remakes. There's still like some clunky ones, like if you play the mobile version of Dragon Quest 1, I'm pretty certain they replaced the main hero with Mario. But I feel like the Dragon Quest remakes try. Number 4. Dan's gonna keep trying. Still looking for that strong level up to happen. Yeah, Dragon Quest has got a lot of reuse. Castlevania is another series that's like that, where if something's working, whether it's a music track or a sound effect or a piece of artwork, they'll just keep putting it in. Like, they have no problems recycling stuff. Which is something the Final Fantasy games can't really do because they try to, for the most part, isolate each one into its own world. And so until recently when they started doing, sequels and add-ons for like the mainline story games, like they couldn't really reuse things because the art style and the setting would just completely change in between games. Oh, for 5. All right. That's another one that we have not gotten the prediction on. We started out strong on those predictions, and it has been slowing down since then. Hey, Dark JDL. Welcome in. Is the Thief still unplayable? It is by far the worst. This seems like it's going to be easier than NES Solo Thief, no class change. But it's still going to be really, really hard. I feel if we can get past Astos, then some of the PS1 advantages are going to really start popping out. And we should pick up pretty big chunks of time compared to the NES one. But Astos, gotta be a gatekeeper. Dragon Warrior Monsters is a series that I'm surprised does not get more popular releases. Like, that is one where they took, like, all the elements of, here is going to be, like, a super hit game. Like, it's basically the people like Dragon Warrior RPGs and the people like Pokemon put them together. And they do kind of these, like, small side project things. And they never made it a really big deal. And I've never understood why. Alright, Dan's still failing here. That's 7 tries. Worst so far at getting a strong level up. What I'm trying to get is a big strength, or big HP gain. So if you see my HP being like 25 instead of 4, then you'll know we got it. Unlike the NES version, PlayStation and beyond does not have a fixed number of strong level-ups. You'll still have the guaranteed ones, but you got a smallish chance of getting one every level up. And that's why our Thief HP is going to max out this time instead of capping around 800. But that was only a 4. We get another 4. It's always going to be 4 if we don't get the strong one. That's just your base vitality gain at that point. more crits. This is also going to be level 12 here, where we get 2 attacks per round, so we're going back to the saber. That'll be a big deal. Get to enjoy that 3 extra base damage again. Do we get a Dan? Is this a strong level up? There it is, 24 HP. S, A, V, and L. Level 12's done. And that means we are going to the Marsh Cave. We're going to see if we can beat the wizards. It is time to believe in Dan here. Also, somehow I got gold needles. Maybe let's just do drop items after all. Because I never bought tents that I could think of. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. And I know I definitely didn't buy gold needles. There we go, 32 accuracy. That's just enough for our second attack. Super low drop rates. So, yeah, super low drop rates it has to be, and also, since they didn't put any of the new items into the game, it's only going to be things found in the original Final Fantasy. So you're not getting any of those Kikuichimanjis or, what are the other funky drops you can sometimes see? Well, basically anything the GBA version has. Let's go. Dan, not that good at cowardice. Don't worry, he'll get better. He just needs to practice. Hey, Blocky Games. Yes, this is the normal difficulty level. Basically the same as NES with a whole bunch of bug fixes. And a couple of balance tweaks on top. But when you're playing solo thief, no class change, it's gonna be real hard. Alright, Evan KS, have a good night. Thanks for dropping by, and pleasant dreams to you. We will hopefully see the low encounter rate of the Marsh Cave. Last time I played it, I remember this being one of the low encounter rate dungeons. This one in Waterfall basically having like a half encounter rate compared to NES, which is much lower than you see for the overworld right now. So let's go. Level 12, we're headed in. Actually, you know what? I think what I want to do is put a save down. Maybe just say this says tent, it's actually a cabin. The houses have been renamed cottages. The cottages or cabins have been renamed tents, and the tents have been renamed sleeping bags. And they look like adorable burritos. You could go slightly better at the start. Definitely weren't getting full dungeon walks in the earlier part of the game. So don't worry about walking in front of doors anymore. Got mostly across that level, so we could probably do this in maybe 4 or 5 pieces. Shouldn't be too bad. Tower of the Villainars carries. The only thing you need to remember is that it's got the crown. Stuff like the copper bracelet, iron armor, the house, they're not going to be overly important to collect. We will want to start grabbing things once we get the Mystic Key, just because there's a little bit of stuff to buy at that point. But right now, it's like, you can get heal potions, you can get antidotes, and that's about it for the thief. There's nothing that these things can use for improving themselves. So kind of surprised at the ambush rate. I wonder if they didn't flip the ambush first strike rate until GBA. I could have sworn they did it in this version, though. We'll definitely see it things like shadows, whether that's true. Zeus Gun is going to help a lot. The Power Glove is going to destroy the bosses. That's where you get a lot of your value overall. And both of those things are basically right around the time that you can do the Ice Cave. Well, 4 Wizards going to say no to that. We're going to reroll until we get 2 of these things. And even then, it's probably going to be pretty tough. But so much faster to do this than to repeat the dungeon. I want to say we did like 8 tries of Marsh Cave on the NES version. And we were probably like level 16 or so. So much higher level for doing the fights. There's 2. There's a lot of damage. Dang, you need those dodges. Ooh, 90 does not help. 120 versus a wizard. 45 versus a wizard. Come on, Dan. Give me a dodge. Dan did not give me a dodge. There was no dodge there. 1 away, though. We were really close. We were 1 hit away. If we had gone first in the turn, we would have had a pretty good chance of killing it. $22 for Ashes. We did Ashes like level 18. We were talking about like going up to the 20s, but the problem is the ogres just start running away around level 16. And you cannot get experience nearly as fast as you would need to. We either did it at 18 or 19. We might have tried at 18 and come back at 19. But I know we didn't need to get to the 20s, because that was a big relief. Alright, try number 2. Not a great first round. Not a great second round. Not a great third round. Let's try again. The big thing about wizards is they're just such a big range of damage. Obviously, we want to see misses, but there's a difference between getting hit for like 30 and getting hit for 90 here. Hey, Dr. Madnart, this is going to be multiple days. I think if we are fortunate, it'll be 3 nights. I probably wouldn't be shocked if it goes to 4. You would think it'd be a 1 in 3 chance to get each amount of wizards, but for Dan, 2 wizards is like 1 in 50. There we go. 2 wizards. Give them a try. Well, this try's not going well. Let's try that again. I wonder if Dan's pants are weighing him down. Maybe going naked is the answer. It's not like the 1 point of defense is an appreciable amount when the wizards are hitting for 45 or so per hit. There's another 2. Alright, a little bit less damage there, but also we did not hit for much. And now they're going big. 4 wizard hits, and it's over. Soul Thief was 21 for Astos. Wow. That is way more than I remember. I mean, it did take us 2 days to beat Astos, so perhaps that's not that outrageous, but I could have sworn we did it in the 18-19 ones. Well, good to know. That gives me a little bit of information. That first try was by far the best. We actually were one hit away. And we lost the turn order battle. So it's definitely doable. Let's say we go to 5:45 on the timer. And if we're still not doing it then, to grab some levels. Every level up we get 25 points of HP, which is basically one wizard hit. Gives a little bit better advantage on making contact and making dodges happen. Didn't even kill one wizard. Keep trying. Get a buckler. Bucklers are unfortunately not available until after we beat Astos. If we could do this pre-Astos, you get the silver bracelet for 11 more defense. That is a really big reduction. It's like a third of the wizard damage you cut off. Having the falchion's also really big. Falchion or silver knife would make a large difference here. Damn! Giving me these bad swings. We all know he can do it. He's just choosing to be fickle. Ow. At least we got good damage for the start, and they got pretty good damage too. They've hit doubles every single time, and Dan gets a 5. I'm starting to think Wizards level 12 may have been a mistake. Just reset. He started off so well. It gave me so much hope. And then it took it all away. Going 4 more minutes on this track. And again, if it doesn't work out, we'll grind out enough levels to have sell a couple of hits more of Absorb, which will also help a lot for reducing the variability of the fight. And sure, it would have been nice to have been able to parade around our crowd. But sometimes Dan has to know his place. Next armor upgrade is after Astos. This is it for gear for the Thief 4. That really, really tough boss fight. No weapons, no armor upgrades. There's only levels and prayer. We might get 2 more tries at it. Here's one of them. Good start. Dan's damage was pretty inadequate though. Only 25 on the wizard. If he had done really good damage there, we would have had an incredible, incredible chance. Instead, Dan has blown it. Definitely the kind of opening we need, though. 4 dodges in a row. And you could potentially have had that bottom wizard down without getting hit. And even if you need a critical, like the damage from 2 attacks probably gets him in 3 rounds. Crit plus 1 round may not be enough. To actually like crit back to back to get it to go below 3 turns. Still nice though if you get it. A little bit of safety. Alright, looking like this will be the last try coming up. As soon as we get our 2 wizards, we will give it 1 more go. If we are successful, we have a crown. If we are not successful, we have some leveling ahead of us. There's our 2 wizards. Let's see how we do. Not a good start. Dan going 122 damage to 6. I'm gonna say Dan unlikely to pull this one out. And goes down. Well, leveling it is. We will grind for a little while. Probably plan to come back like level 15 or so. For 12 right now, each level up gets me 25 hit points. 15 or 16. 100 HP would be nice. And this is where we definitely get a big advantage from the PlayStation version. We're gonna get strong level ups every time. So our HP is growing about twice as fast as NES would. Grind some mucks. I need to have an inn nearby. We take too much damage on a fight. And again, if we had a fighter with, you know, iron armor and some iron accessories, you're probably able to just sit there and tank battles, but you're also gonna have a silver sword, so you're gonna like one-shot the wizards. It's a totally different experience playing as a thief. Hey, nice, Dan got a crit on that ogre. And he still couldn't 2-cycle it. At 13, we're looking at 25 ogres here. 114 for repair. Unlikely to work out. This is where you really want that in. The HP advantage is just so huge. Come on, Dan. Give me a good turn order. Give me some clenching. 59 versus an ogre. Needs more clenching. 2 HP away. Got him. 2 more ogres done. Only have 23 left to go. Going for Peninsula Power. Yeah, you'd be nowhere close. We're barely able to beat an ogre. A Zombo's like 20 times as hard. There's just like a big gap between a lot of the difficulty levels. Like going from ogre to Groger to bull to giant to Zombo is like... It's a lofty bit of advancement ahead of us. But one day we will be there. And then these monsters will be sorry. Oh yeah, Nescard's been doing the Dragon Warrior 3 playthrough lately. That's a really fun one because Dragon Warrior 3's got great music. It's a nice game to just put on in the background and kind of listen to it going along. The more ogres, the merrier. Although hitting the ogres does help, Dan. It helps a lot. Hey, Mugalex. We were unsuccessful at Wizards. We were very, very close on one of the tries. And then never got that level of success again, so... It is back to the ogre grind. Get another couple levels here, and then try Marsh Cave again at that point. Definitely makes me feel like Astos is going to be a ways away. Hey, Luckies, have a good night there. Thanks for dropping by, and pleasant dreams to you. I am planning to go a while longer. It might be a late night Ogre Grind Festival. Next attack multiplier is not really practical. It is 16 levels in between multipliers. So unless you want to go all the way to level 26 for the 3-attack scimitar, or 28 for the 3-attack saber. Gotta do it too. And that means the things that you can vary, your strength points, so how much do you get just base damage-wise on the monsters, your accuracy score, and even though you're not getting the extra attacks per round, you'll be more consistently hitting doubles. And your evasion. Because as you're dodging things more often, whether it's magic or whether it is melee attacks, your survivability goes way up for every single miss you get. Oh yeah, Final Fantasy 2 is, it's broken, but in ways that if you just want to play through the storyline, and you don't really want to, like, have difficult fights all the way through there, it's very accommodating. Between being able to, like, super power level your characters and then things like warp being very broken. Lots of instant death spells work in Final Fantasy 2 that, whether or not they were intended, are extremely effective at ending fights quickly. And then Final Fantasy 3, they threw the difficulty switch back up again. Actually, Final Fantasy 3 is not that bad until the very end of the game. Then it gets ridiculous in, like, the final dungeon. Yeah, it turns out attack magic in FF2 is mainly instant death and hope it lands. The damage dealing spells are not as good as melee attacks, especially once you get things like the Blood Sword or other really nice weapons to use. Blood Sword will basically keep you alive through just about any fight for pounding away at things. And you got stuff like Warp and Toad and all kinds of poison and petrification attacks that will kill the monsters. It's just like, alright. That fight's done. Like, when you don't need experience points or really gold for the most part, the random encounters are more like annoyances getting in your way than things that you want to fight. It's like virtual highlight that way. It takes the value out of doing all the fights you come across out by giving you no real reward for them. Alright, let's see. Coming up, we got level 13. This one's guaranteed strength and guaranteed strong level up. So if we want to keep doing what we've been on the path of not really getting our agility points, and that might be hurting my my wizards by a little bit because we're not going to dodge as often. But that will be a fast level up. 14 is going to need a strength point and a strong level up at the same time. That one could be hard. 15's guaranteed strength and strong level up, so that one's fine. 16, guaranteed strength, needs strong level up. Just looking at the next couple ones to see which ones are going to be fast. And probably like every other level is a good one for a thief for a while. Yeah, City early is a pretty good strategy. Getting the Osmos Tome is really handy. If you're playing on a version that uses MP instead of spell slots, then Osmos will basically keep going forever. Unfortunately, it's only found in a couple spots. Like, it's in the Coliseum, and then not until later in the game, like really later, that you can find another one. Come on, Wolves, you can give me some bigger stuff than this. I know you've got inner ogres to unleash. There they are. Grey Wolf versus Ogre. Grey Wolf was like a quarter of an Ogre. And they probably take about as long to kill. Ogres are 195 each. So it's only the double Ogre that gets you 390. Groger's worth like an Ogre and 2/3 or about there. For some reason, Groger, very uncommon. It must be the 1 in 64 instead of the 3 in 64 that I thought it was. I think Gerwolf's about a quarter of an Ogre each. But again, like, a Gerwolf takes almost as long as an Ogre to kill. Each. So it's a really bad trade. No, these creeps are much better, but they are clogging my Ogre battles. They're about a third of an Ogre, and maybe about half as hard to kill. Another good Ogre fight here. Let's see how far away we are. At this point, we need 10 more Ogres. We definitely get level 13 today. Level 14 might be about as late as I can go. We'll see if that happens or not. It means we pick up or on Monday. Would be like level up through 16 to see if we can get Marsh Cave done then. But at 16 we're still struggling with Marsh. Then I will have a lot of concerns. We were so close in that one try. But I think with a little bit more persistence, we could have maybe done it at 12. Yeah, potions are fixed. They no longer do the 30 HP recovery. It is instead just like you're casting Cure 1. So on average, you get 24. And because they're inconsistent, now you're going to have a bunch of fractions of a potion that you waste. Whereas before, it was really easy to say, like, all right, I use exactly this many potions, and we know we're good. Like, there we just roll a 32, which is perfect for a potion. But you could roll a bunch of 16s in a row, and then run out a lot faster than you'd expect. Since there's no high potions or X potions or elixirs or things like that in this version, it is really, really important that you get good use of your potions. In fact, it might even be worth, like, if you're doing a bunch of potion, maybe even taking a save. And do like maybe 5 or 6 potions at a time and reset if you got a whole bunch of bad ones in a row. It's weird to think about, you know, save skipping potions, but Temple of Fiends makes you do weird things. Should be about 6.5 ogres left. Hey, there's a good double. Maybe not good damage, but good double ogre. Now, if we did this on PSP, we would be, maybe done with the game by now. Certainly we would be pretty late into it. Even GBA would be, done with the game. That's with no glitches. Just the fact that you get fangs from the 15 puzzle means that you could use lit 2s on the wizards and asters, and they would be over with at, like, level 4. You'd have double experience growth, no need to farm stats at all. You get all kinds of booster items to help out with specific fights. Like, when I did the solo, or when I did the 4-8 made just no class change. That was 5 hours on GBA. Whole game done. Yeah, you definitely want to do the puzzle on GBA. PSP, because it's very broken by the glitches, you might not need to do much. You can easily get a Judgment Staff on GBA, which casts the nuke spell. And while you're not going to do a lot of damage with that compared to a mage, since you actually need intelligence to get good spell casting, even a low-powered nuke is still going to wipe up basically everything until you're at the 4 fiends. Alright, I think we are now within striking distance of our level up. So yeah, 210. Single ogre would be just barely short. Most of the other formations here would be enough. So things like double asp and double tarantula should do it. Things like wolf striking first, no. That will not do it. The big question is, do we pass up agility? Vitality, I'm totally good passing up. Agility, we have a limited number of chances to boost our evasion rate. It was pretty big getting that on NES, like very noticeable how much the thief was dodging. But is it going to be as big of a deal here? Let's see if we get it. Dan goes 27 HP, strength, no agility, SIL. I'm going to give it a couple tries. If we only need agility, you know, put 5 tries into it, see if we get it. And my thinking is that pre-Astos is where it's going to be most valuable. If you can get a single dodge that you wouldn't otherwise have done on those wizards or on Astos, that could make a big difference. But later on, it's probably not going to be that important. Like, we can take an extra round of defense swords because we're going to be doing so much damage thanks to the power glove. Same reason why we can take less strength points is with the power glove, we're going to do so much damage that rather than going for like a dozen turns of battle, it's maybe 5 turns of buffing and then 2 or 3 rounds of fights. So there's a lot less you have to put up with in all those boss encounters. Alright, do we get it? 28 SIVL. I mean, that's good. I'm going to actually take my backup save with that. And if we don't get agility in a couple more tries, we'll do 28 SIVL. I just love having the ability to park a level. Yeah, Memo saves the other one that we're trying on. So best so far, 28 civil. And going here down some HP, start to make me nervous, but I think he's okay. I think he's gonna pull through. Just one more good hit here. Let's see what our stats are. 26 SIVL, not even as good as the other one we parked. There's 3 tries at it. Two or more 3 cracks. I don't know why it loves the triple creep all of a sudden. Probably to make me nervous. Doing a good job. Alright, 80 versus Ogre. 64 versus Ogre. 51, I think we're coming out ahead now. 22, alright. And got him, let's see. Did we get the stats? 29, highest HP so far. S, I, and L. 2 more tries. SIL. One more try. Sure, what could go wrong with triple coup? It's been working so good. So if we don't get it here, we're going to get the 28 civil that we parked. Ooh, 45 health for this ogre. Well, Dan, get some dodges in. Get some big damage in. 81's big damage. Okay. Did we get it? 26 SIL. Nope. Alright, we're gonna take the 28 civil. Good enough for now. There's our memo save done. At this point, you got 32 ogres to go. So, pretty far for the next level. I'll put some time into it. I'll get some experience, but this will be probably starting to wrap up for night number 1. 13 levels respectable. That is far better than we did on day 1 of NES playthrough. I think we did like 7 or 8 levels day 1, and that was true like day 2 as well. Wasn't until we got to like the last 2 days that we really started getting the level ups in a hurry. And the same thing should happen here. I imagine that we get out this many levels again day 2, and then day 3 we just finish up to level 50. Once we get started, it's gonna go real fast for those upper tier ones. Much better start this time. Well, I haven't had to be as picky about the level ups, which has been a huge help. And we got a very fast Bicky. I don't know if it's because the pirates are different for their hit rate, but we beat Bicky, what, like level 5 instead of level 7 or 8? It was a really big difference. Gets you a little bit faster damage because you got the better weapon and the better armor at that point. And those things tend to compound. Alright, let's have some good dreams. And get back to the ogre stomping. The really interesting question is going to be how big of a difference is there going to be between our in-game time and the overall clock time. It's already getting to like 2.5 hours from the save scumming. Over the course of the whole run, I wouldn't be shocked if it's like 10 hours difference. Like in-game finishing sub 10 hours, but taking slightly longer in practice. Oh yeah, later Final Fantasies are very liberal about giving you full refills. And so I imagine that, like, if you really want to do, like, solo character challenges, one of the things that would be good to look into is, like, getting a modified version of the game that just removes the other characters. Also, you have a lot of times where, like, they'll put, like, a forced guest party member into your team, and then it's like, well, like, you can't really have them start dead, so what do you do in that case? Alright, so here it's pretty easy. We waited for the imps to kill the other light warriors up before doing our first attack, so nobody else besides Dan has even thrown a punch. And Dan got no head start on the battle as well. Hey Vic, hope you're having a good night here. We are grinding out our Solo Thief no class change, this time on the PlayStation version. And it's been pretty fun. We're moving a bit faster than NES. Hopefully that will continue to be true. Making it past Astos. And definitely should be true once we are done with him. Plans after Zelda 2, I am not going to talk about anything after Zelda 2 Zaitoriak. I want to just focus on continuing to work on that game until I feel like I've gotten a good spot to it. I think that getting under 80 minutes on Zelda 2 should be like a good goal. It feels like whenever I get the time to actually sit down and practice like especially the overworld encounters, we should start getting down to like 80 and 81 minute times. And then it's a matter of like putting everything together in a really good run. Hey, nice preemptive. Take one of those. Too bad the only big boss fight we're going to roll preemptive on is going to be Warmech. And even that'll be really hard to get set up. Alright, so probably about a third of our way to level 14 here. Let's see how many ogres that we have left officially. further north. Get more spiders and snakes here. It's a nice place. I think we also get more Grogers up here. But since we have seen so few of them, it's hard to actually figure out if they are just right on zone lines where we've gotten most of the encounters. Some of these things. Even getting some decent one-shots. Does challenge require out-leveling everything? Well, there's a level cap of 50 in this game. And that means you can out-level the early monsters, but at some point, you're going to hit a wall. And for that reason, when we're playing these, we'll try and actually reroll our level ups until we get very good stat growth. That helps a lot. And you need to get very lucky and some good strategies on the later game bosses. PlayStation version should be a bit easier on that because you got the Power Glove and a few other nice items to help you out. But NES is an extremely intense one. Also be really brutal to just purely level through it. Eventually the monsters are going to start running from you. So like right now, you're taking all these encounters, it's fine. You're getting stronger and stronger so you can beat the enemies quicker. But I think it was like level 16 or so that the ogres started running away on NES. I'm imagining it's about the same on the PlayStation version. So suddenly, instead of getting, consistently getting quick ogre kills, you start getting a lot of zeros. And it gets more and more likely they're going to run, because it's basically an opposed check between the monster and your lead character's level, until you just get nothing for XP. So really maxing out very early is extremely tough. Oh yeah, we're guessing most niftiest that for this version of the game, you should max around level 35 or so. We get a strong level up every single time, and we get a decent number of vitality points. It probably averages out to like about 30 per level up. So you will definitely get there. Whereas NES, you maxed out at, well, we maxed out at 810 or so, but in theory you can push it to like 820. You get every single point. It was kind of surprising that Thief was that good for HP. It was way ahead of the Red Mage and White Mage, which are normally characters that have about the same HP for a casual playthrough. Alright, about 17 ogres left. And that's a lot of ogre. This might be a little too much ogre time. I'm gonna try it, because this would be great XP. But even ogre plus regular Groger is kind of tough. You need some big hits here. And some clutch dodges. Ooh, Grover at 73. Questionable. Eventually going to be in dungeons. Like the leveling on the overall kind of caps out around 30 or so. Nice, that was three plus ogres on that fight. With that Gurger giving you a little bit of bonus. It's like 3 1/3. Essentially what we found in other playthroughs is that there are a couple of dungeons where the monsters don't run away even at, level 50. So those are the ones that are actually really handy for grinding. And it turns out Sea Shrine is probably the easiest to deal with, because Sea Shrine's right by an inn. Even though it is a dungeon, you have access from the town of Onrak to get there. So you just go into like the opening foyer of Sea Shrine, do a bunch of experience grinding. The monsters stick around. They're taking extra damage from lightning, which you have pretty good supply of at that point, and heal up as needed. Other ideas are maybe we can do an eye grind. The ability to save anywhere. The eye and ice cave is probably way less threatening than normal. And that's another monster that's worth a lot of XP. But ultimately it's going to come down to like, how long can you sustainably stay in a place, given that you've got very limited recovery items? And how long does it take to get back there after you restock and resupply? Good spider. Grand Target, well, we're definitely at level 50 by the end of the game. And yes, even at level 50, it was really, really hard to beat Temple of Fiends. And while it's going to be easier in this version, that doesn't mean it's reasonable to go lower. Like, I think that the extra points of strength, extra points of accuracy, extra points of evasion, all going to really help out on those boss fights. Plus, I think you need like level 46 or something for the Masmian hits anyway. It was something pretty obscene for the Thief. See if I can look it up. Actually, no, I guess not. Thief is 38 for 5 attacks with the Masmian. So you don't have to go that far to max it out. Unfortunately, you never get a 6th attack. It would be great to see those numbers keep going up. No fast build to multiply it, but every attack that you have is going to be a bigger and bigger effect for those power glove uses. Also, definitely gotta say that North Elfland feels a bit better. I think we get fewer wolf battles up here. So South might be replacing some of the... Well, definitely places like the spider fights, and probably the snake fights with extra wolves. Downside is you have to walk a little bit further to get the in recovery. Alright, speaking of ends, let's go back there and see what our progress is like. 7.5 more rogues to go. Closing in on the target. And this is going to be one of the tough ones. This is a level that does not guarantee strength, and it also doesn't guarantee a strong level up. So we're going to try to do both at the same time. Well, the thing about going earlier is I don't know how much it really helps you. We are probably going to be doing 4 or 5 level ups per hour at the end of the game. So the difference between minimum possible and level 50 might be less than 3 hours. And that could easily be saving you 3 hours of retries in the boss fights. It would be a different story if you're growing at this rate, where, you know, it's 6 or 7 hours to get those dozen levels. But it pretty much is going to be banging them out once we can get past level 30 or so. Oh, that was a really bad whiff. I don't think we're doing this anymore. Well, Dan, you had your chance. You had a chance. Could have maybe gotten the second Kruger battle. But no, he blew it. No more potions. Average potion recovery is 24. And the Kruger is doing that much or more damage. So I don't think you could actually tread water with potions in the fights for those. Potions are basically recovery between battles, and almost everything that is difficult, unlikely to really help you in the battle itself. That's why you need to get, like, high potions and X potions in the later remake generations. Because 100 on a high potion, then you're suddenly getting a little bit more interesting about, does this actually help you continue on for more than one round? Alright, 4 ogres and some change. Well, if you want to try some Final Fantasy 1, I would definitely recommend not doing a solo thief challenge. It is a little bit intense. Unfortunately, there are a lot of really good versions. And depending on whether you like the old school, original difficulty levels, PlayStation here is the closest to NES with the bugs fixed and a little bit more accessible to grab, because a lot of systems play PlayStation games. And for a lot of the quality of life improvements of modern games, the GB and PSP versions are both pretty nice. Yeah, Final Fantasy IV, I think, is the one that is the first game in the series that has aged well enough that it doesn't require a lot of nostalgia to get into. Final Fantasy I, pretty brutal. Final Fantasy II and III are... they're kind of experiments. Like, they have a lot of neat concepts were introduced, but they're unpolished. 4 is where the series really came together. Active time battle system, way better graphics, really great music. For the first time, you kind of have like a semi-decent storyline. It's really cheesy in parts, but there's characters, there's character development. There's like a plot you're kind of interested in. Like, it has the basics that you'd expect in a game. And it's the first time in the series where like it all comes together. Alright, here we go. We are close as we can get to this level up. Let's see how long until we bend. We need a strength point. We need a strong level up. It's going to be really tough to get both at the same time. But I want to give it a try. Yeah, Square's remasters are kind of a sore spot around here. They have done so badly in so many of them. There are a few that we talked about that were good. I definitely give them credit for that, but there are so many that are bad. And here we go, we got the strong level up. We did not get the strength point, so I'm gonna reset for that. I would definitely say for any remakes that Square does, like, do not pre-order them. Wait for them to come out and see if they're any good. Because it feels really bad when you get so excited that a game that you loved is getting like a re-release. And then it just is a total bomb. They've got screenshots values of the Final Fantasy 1 through 6 remasters, and it's kind of like this, but actually worse graphics. So they somehow managed to be like worse than the PlayStation in the screenshots that they showed at E3, and that is scary. Well, then Trials of Mana was really good. They've done like the Saga remaster recently that was pretty decent. It didn't fix things that were broken in the original game, but it didn't do a bad job of presenting it. 29? No strength point. But really for like 1 through 6, if they just like released the versions that they have, you don't even have to like improve them. Take the exact GBA and PSP releases that already exist and put those on PC, and it would be way better than what they have right now. There we go, Creep running away. That's our first monster to flake. For strength point. Alright, so we have gotten our struggle up twice. We've gotten the strength point once, but not at the same time. And the one thing giving me hope for the Dragon Quest III remaster is that I feel like that part of Square actually cares a lot more about the legacy of the games. Like, they actually tied Dragon Quest III into other properties that have come out recently. So it's much more likely that gets a good job. But even still, like, I wouldn't buy it until it's released. Alright, Dan, did you do it? Nope! Keep trying, Dan. Alright, maybe title of Dragon Quest III work in progress, but that is like the least of their problems. They can call the game whatever they want, as long as it plays well. $27, and the strength point, there we go. We even got an intelligence point, which does absolutely nothing. How wonderful. That is level 14 finished. I would say probably a good stopping point for the night. Let's go ahead and restock. We'll pick this back up Tuesday, 6:30 p.m. Pacific. If we got 13 levels tonight, I could easily see getting past Astos and maybe getting to even the airship on that Tuesday playthrough. So I definitely hope you all enjoyed our Solo Thief Challenge debut night. And let's see exactly where our timer is going to finish up. Flutter or bust? Well, I can't promise day 2 is going to be that good, but I will try. There we go. Day